All right.
on the cue. That's exactly right. Wicka, wicka, wicka. But anyway, ladies and geraniums, look at that. Smash is joining us already. Already at our party. Oh shit! What did I just do? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Okay, it's working properly, I think.
There we go. It's running.
All right. Is it actually streaming?
I got a notification just now.
Finally streaming. Okay, there we go. Ladies and geraniums, hit the thumbs up button just like I did because just the nice thing to do, honestly. Let me pop out the chat just because that's the easy thing to do. So it has to do with you, I'm sure. But for me, it works a lot easier. Look at that. It looks like Bud Kilowatt is first in the
Damn.
chat. Congratulations, Bud Kilowatt. Hey, my friend. D Zombie, right behind him. D Zombie is head moderator on this thing we call whatever the fuck we call it. I don't even really know. But we used to call it chronic table, I guess. Now that I think, but that was a long time ago. It is still technically chronic table, actually. But anyway, welcome folks to the chat. I'm going to switch to live chat so that I have a
Yeah.
superior chatting experience, even though it is an actual takeover tonight, ladies and gentlemen. So Dee is going to be in charge. Hopefully, you can't hear the jazz in the background because that will be potentially a copyright strike. But again, that's kind of a me problem and not a you problem. It's kind of amusing right now. I'm making banana bread, and I feel like
Hmm.
something of the Fremen because I'm microwaving the bananas from their water. I'm basically trying to sort of dehydrate the bananas a little bit for the banana bread. So I feel like Stilgar basically is like, "What use are the bananas but their water?" I don't know. If you're into doing that, honestly, it's probably kind of. I'm trying to basically microwave the water out of. I'm distilling the water out of the banana, kind of like you distill the water out of the. When they first meet Paul and Jessica in the desert, they're just like, "Oh, look, bags of water." If you're into doing, you'd be laughing like a fucking crazy person by now, I'm sure. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna make. I should probably make Smashed a co-host as well. There we go. Boom. So I'm here for now. So I'll just leave D the co-host just in case he decides to leave, and then we decide to make I don't know Bud Kilowatt or somebody co-host or host or whatever. But text me by all means if you guys want to change up the show or if you're going to end the show or something. I'd be happy to make you host and let you finish the show and all that kind of stuff. But in the meantime, folks, you should know the drill. If you don't know the drill already, you should be ashamed of yourselves, like I said. But if you don't know the drill, you're more than welcome to hop on here, especially on the super chill Saturday takeover night. We're on the smaller channel now, ladies and gentlemen. Seriously, like there's no pressure. Hardly anyone's watching. There's 200 something subscribers, so don't feel like, oh my God, the world's gonna know who I am. They really aren't. Like, take it from me, they really won't. Ladies and gentlemen, there's really no pressure going on here. Come hang with some good friends, smoke a couple of bowls or a few some spliffs or whatever you like to enjoy, honestly, a blunt or whatever, honestly. If you're vaping the whole time, doesn't frankly matter. If you're dabbing, come on, ladies and gentlemen. It's meant to be a low-key place, an easy vibe, but we do like to inform ourselves a little bit. I like to think it's a constructive place with a constructive discussion. So please don't come bringing your bitching. Definitely don't come bringing your fighting or your grudges or your axes to grind or whatever the fuck. Save those for your sharpening stones. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear it, frankly. Ladies and gentlemen, do feel free though to bring your grow questions, your contrarian opinions. I mean, just honestly, bring your homework if you do have a contrary or contrarian, especially opinion. But you're more than welcome to disagree. You don't have to agree with everybody here. Many of us are organic growers, for example. It's not like we yell at the synthetic growers or something and berate them and I don't know, beat them about the head and body or something. That just literally doesn't happen on the show. I guess it could if you were into it, but I'd probably start that show yourself, probably make more money that way. Ladies and gentlemen, my joke was I was attempting to make that we have a pretty friendly bunch here. You don't have to worry about someone jumping down your throat or something if you get something wrong. And of course, if something happens, feel free to just let me know. You know, every once in a while there is a little bit of complaint to be had. Not too long ago, there were some complaints about actually one individual. And wouldn't you know it, I didn't even have to say anything to the guy. I just kind of hinted about it, and the guy was smart enough to kind of change up his behavior. So, folks, a lot of times people don't realize maybe that they acted inappropriately. So, in sometimes it's obvious, right? But sometimes they don't know. Let me know if something's bothering you, if something's on your mind or whatever. If you think that it's something that we can positively resolve, please don't hesitate to let me know. fuck, if it's something for which there is no goddamn answer, I guess keep it to yourself, because fuck, at least ignorance is bliss, I suppose. I don't know. But in the meantime, folks, you're more than welcome to hop on here. Just ask nicely in the chat. You don't have to beg or grovel or anything like that. Just literally just ask politely, hey, could I get a link for the chat? I'd like to hop on. It would be even more helpful. It's not really a rule, but it'd be more helpful if you are known in the chat, basically. That's essentially a hint to you to say hello, just welcome, tell us who you are. You don't have to tell us who you are, but tell us about yourself in some way, or even just join the discussion. You really don't have to say shit, to be honest. You can just make some jokes. That's pretty much how I joined the YouTube cannabis community or whatever the fuck it is. Years ago, I just kind of cracked wise, basically on the GrowTube roundtable chat and stuff, and that was it. That was basically the extent of my contribution, was just being a sarcastic jerk off, pretty much. You're welcome to try that as well. Try to be a little bit more constructive, maybe. But you are more than welcome, folks, to say hello in the chat. And of course, like I said, you are more than welcome to hop on the panel as well. It's not some kind of an exclusive panel. It's not just my buddies or some shit. In fact, there are people that come by sometimes that I don't necessarily consider my buddies. I think that it's always interesting to.
Oh,
It's definitely unique. It's definitely. I'm kidding, but no, I would obviously not. Obviously not. But say I think it's important to have a diversity of voices. So even if I don't necessarily agree with somebody or wholeheartedly subscribe to their whole thing, or whatever, even if I don't believe them in some cases. I mean, come on, there's been a few bullshitters on the show. I don't really allow bullshitting, but I'm also not one of these guys that throws people out on their ass unless it's kind of obvious. So there's some things that I just sort of take them at their word and just kind of enjoy the story. You know what I mean? So, and I would recommend, honestly, most of you, frankly, don't take anything quite too literally on this show. Enjoy the story. It's basically it's there for your amusement. Don't get too butthurt. There's been people that get way butthurt on this channel. There's been people even more butthurt on some other channels. My goodness gracious, the stories I could tell you. Don't get butthurt, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't enjoy the show, we would be perfectly happy to recommend other content for you. Lately, we have been recommending other channels. I'm really into, well, a number of different things, but I'm into audio stuff and microphones and all that kind of stuff. And one of the channels that I really love, he's grown leaps and bounds, but it's still a small channel, the Time Preservation Society, a fellow Canuck like our illustrious brain eater over there. That, but he probably eats poutine, I bet. I guess that's part of the rule that you have to eat a certain amount of poutine every year. But anyway, it's required. They check every year. You gotta get stamps in your Canadian passport. A goose stamps it, actually.
hey,
Goose flies to every house, checks your papers, and then
that's right.
it's
You've
pretty
heard of
fun.
the stork? Well, it's a goose.
That's it. That's it. Only way to cheat it is by going to the fucking Canadian donut place, Tim Hortons, and ordering an entire tray of donuts that you don't eat but give to other people. Then you can.
Not sponsored, by the way.
That's it. That's it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I wish, wouldn't that be nice if we had big corporate sponsors like, holy shit, money's raining from the sky? It probably wouldn't, but it'd be fun if it was. All those people are sponsored by Squarespace and shit. Oh, that'd be spectacular. Throw money at me. That'd be wonderful. I would really enjoy it. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please do stop by and welcome to throw money at us. Come on, seriously. I'm sure. Smash is here as a guest, but I'm sure he would say no, not say no to being thrown money, right? Like, come on. I mean, seriously, yeah. D and I would be happy to have money thrown at us. Like, please,
I guess
we'll solve that problem when we come to it.
I guess it really would depend on the company, though.
I thought you were going to say on the currency. You're going to say Korean money. Like, I don't know what to do with, but like greenbacks, euros, shit like that.
If it was like a
Gals.
blatant like Chinese company owned by the government over there, I'd be like, eh.
Oh my God.
Renminbi's still spend. I don't know. I just tell the Chinese people to pay us in gold or some shit. I don't even know. What's up, hardcore? Hardcore's already hanging Christmas lights. Holy cannoli moly. It's not as if we can criticize. Costco's been doing Christmas for like a month and a half already. But ladies and gerbils, do hop on the show. You're more than welcome to join us. I think I finally came up with some positive solutions for some of my problems grow related. There's just been so much stuff going on in my life that I haven't really had a chance to kind of sit down and analyze my problems without everything else intruding. I've had to deal with this really horse shit lawsuit basically that I got sandbagged into thanks to some really atrocious circumstances in my personal life. It really is basically a circumstance of someone trying to get rich off my misery. So it's been hard to deal with morally to understand that in America that's like a thing that you have to deal with. And I've already spent tens of thousands just defending myself just to start. It's messed up beyond comprehension. So anyway, whatever. I've had to deal with all that kind of stuff, and so it's just kept me kind of from dealing with the this shit. Like come on, this was less important. What can I tell you? But finally had a chance to just go and sit by a nice river in one case, and then by a lake, and I was smoking my pipe, and I was smoking a joint in the other case, and just kind of thinking. So I think I finally have some positive solutions. I think I don't have to give this up. By the way, I think there is some positive movement on that house that I've been trying to buy. So hopefully in the near future, we're going to have some good updates on that. That's been a big fucking thorn in my side or stone in my shoe or whatever the metaphor. I guess both metaphors apply. Anyway, both of them at the same time, I guess that's how you know how annoying it was. Anyway, so it'll be fun, nice to actually have my own, honest to goodness, my own place again. It's not like I'm unwelcome here or something, but it'll be nice to have my own freaking place. So we'll see. I think that's going to help my growing a lot. It's going to definitely help my breeding a lot and everything else. So that's without any other issues, it's going to help me. Basically, I'm going to be able to get a dog again and stuff like that. So anyway, I think there's going to be some pretty positive movement with respect to the. I know I basically asked for testers probably in August or some shit. It's October now. Fuck face like again 2 months later. Uh, I don't know what to say about it. I'm not 100% sure anymore that testing regimes work. I don't know. I've been thinking about it, thinking about it. I have probably a good dozen people that signed up, maybe a little bit more than that, honestly. I could definitely sign, or how do I put this? I could definitely test a couple three lines that way. I could work a couple three lines that way. There's a couple different options I could do. So I'm definitely not closing my mind to it, but I'm wondering to myself if there's really any point in doing it that way. I don't see really any other breeders that I know anyway doing testing programs like that. I see other breeders charging for testers and stuff. I think some honestly, but I think a lot of them are just trying to make money from a different means. That doesn't really jive with me. That's not a testing regime. Blah 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 blah. What were you saying, Smash?
That was me.
Oh, was it you, D? Or were you
I was saying Hoko does free testing.
Hoko still does? Well, gosh, I haven't still
Yeah.
done. I haven't heard from Hoko for a while. I should try to DM him again. I don't know. I think we used to be friends, so hopefully nothing happened there. Hopefully we can interact again. You're right, actually. I don't know if he's still doing it. I can't swear to that, but you're right that he used to do the
Yeah.
testers. So I need
I
to.
find,
I wonder
sorry.
what's on his Discord. I just don't.
Yeah. He changed his Discord.
Oh,
So,
that.
so if you're not new to it, you might have to send him a message for a link.
That would be a good reason why I'm not getting messages from his Discord.
Yeah.
So, well, other than Lemon Hoko, I don't know too many people who do testing regimes. So I'm still thinking about it because it is really, really useful. I don't know why people wouldn't jump at the chance. I know that it's weird though because I guess I've sent out one main regime of testers and then a couple other small tester things. We're getting a bunch of feedback from somebody. I don't know why. D's wearing headphones. Smash, is it possibly you? Okay, that feedback I think went away, so it was D. D, do you have the sound coming out just from your headphones, or do you have the sound coming out from your?
I don't even. These are connected to my computer. Not even hooked up.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Here, I'll mute.
Figure it out or something. Fuck was I trying to say? Anyway, I'm open to thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. So please let me know what your thoughts are in terms of whether or not I should do testing regimes. My current thinking process is to change the way that I've been doing basically everything. I really don't like the way I had my website set up. I don't like the just scattershot way of everything. It was always supposed to be basically limited, almost like a restaurant menu, basically seasonal menus that come and go, basically like the strains essentially came and went. Because my idea was always to
Thanks,
breed
Mama.
essentially. Nice, D. That's a good one. But my intention has always been, and I continue to do it this way, to breed in a direction, basically. And of course, there's a couple directions that I've basically changed in midstream. I kind of just decided, whoop, let's back out of that coot special shit and go a little bit different direction. But I'm still working with those genetics, but I'm definitely not making it a big focus of my life. I can swear to you with that. And what a shame, honestly, what a shame. Seriously, some good genetics there, but whatever. It's the typical cannabis scene. I have to be honest. Anyway, so backing out of that, I've always been trying to breed basically not always even a male line, but basically a through line that I work with that I can occasionally crack things or crack onto things basically. And then I can sell those things and I can kind of essentially monetize the process is the idea anyway. But the whole idea has been in the process to make limited seed runs that basically progress to something better. I've been happy with the breeding. So, for example, I was saying I don't know, a couple shows ago that one of the most common problems with breeders in general is the same thing with musicians, same thing with writers, same thing with filmmakers, you name it. Basically, a lot of people, they come out with their first version of something because they have nice, tight, polished material they've been working with for many years. Use the example of a band. They've been touring for 5 years underground for nothing, for free bubble gum, right? Like that's basically all they get paid. And so they had to actually love what they were doing. They had to actually have good material that people didn't throw tomatoes at them and everything else. Then finally, oh my God, they make that fucking the first record deal. They release it, da da da, and to great fanfare. Hopefully, it's a success. Well, I guess to use the same metaphor a little bit because it doesn't work the same way. A breeder might basically have a great idea for a first breed, throws them together, get that wonderful F1 vigor. And then, of course, they had a great idea because, a lot of times it's not hard really to have a good idea, right? So they have a good idea and they execute it well, and boom, just Bob's your uncle. It's fucking fantastic. But then they have a real struggle finding something else because they don't have maybe that same spectacular idea or whatever. I don't think I've had that problem. Perhaps people disagree, obviously, because I'd be biased, but I think, for example, that all of my breeding progresses better with time. So, for example, as I've been harvesting, or I did harvest already, my Sour Morgana daughter, she was right next to my Sour Morgana mom. The Sour Morgana mom was already my breeding after having basically coalesced the whole Ruby Jack line into a BX, basically double BX, honestly, and then cracking it back against itself, pulling out the different lines, the grapefruit and the strawberry. And you guys have heard me deal with the strawberry line a lot more. Well, then I basically cracked that strawberry line onto what's his fuck some subcool gear basically onto Cuvée essentially the Ruby Jack F2, the original BX. I cracked to subcool's Cuvée F2 that yielded the original Morgana. Technically, the Morgana prototype was the Sour Morgana, and then basically I cracked or crack is a terrible word for it. What people used to say, I dusted, whatever. I bred my Black Prince Ruby, which was that distilled strawberry part of the Ruby Jack line, onto the Sour Morgana prototype, thus now yielding that Sour Morgana daughter that I've done a terrible job marketing, honestly, because it's fucking wonderful. It's really, really good. And I'm going to keep working on it because shit, I'm just going to try again and try to market it better the second time I breed it or something. But I guess the next iteration essentially. But do I have I guess it hasn't worked out yet to have the Sour Morgana to the Jack the Ripper yet, ironically. But anyway, that's in the works. But what am I trying to say? That Sour Morgana daughter is distinctively better than the previous generation. And essentially, every time that I do those things, I'm seeing improvement in vigor, in pest resistance, in vigor is a big one, honestly, because every time essentially I crack those onto these kind of elite clones that people talk about, gosh, there's a bunch of different OGs and everything else, and people tolerate them because they taste so fucking good. But the vigor, we don't have to talk shit about them right now. The vigor in many cases is just atrocious. Honestly, you would never accept that in a modern, like if someone were to pop seeds from those things, you would never accept it. You'd ask for a refund from the breeder, honestly, even with the wonderful flavor, right? Well, cracking my improved lines, for example, that Black Prince Ruby father onto basically some of these elite clones that I've cracked in the past, and then running the progeny, I end up solving the problems. I end up basically having that elite clone with those wonderful terps with a much stronger, much more vigorous growth structure, better growth timing in many cases, on and on and on. So that's a long story way of me saying I don't think it's worth me quitting and Xing out of this shit because I honestly have been thinking about it because shit, I mean, have to be insane to just kind of bang your head against the wall 50 fucking times, right? So anyway, I'm not ready to quit yet. And I'm definitely going to change the story a little bit. I'm definitely not going to be doing things the way that I have. I don't necessarily have to say all my different ideas, and they may change with time, of course, too. I have some ideas in terms of breeding. I have ideas in terms of marketing, the way that I'm going to do all of it, social media, YouTube, all that kind of stuff. Some of that's still in progress, so I would be very happy to listen to ideas from you guys. I've said a million different times, you can't be there's no way you can be great at everything. So there are definitely things that I'm terrible at. Social media is 100% one of those things. Unfortunately, social media turns out to be one of the most important, if not actually the most important uh, 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 arbiters of success, basically, in the entire cannabis space to a depressing degree, honestly. So if you're really good at social media, it seems like your sky's the uncle or sky's the limit, basically, with cannabis. Well, that's not me, so I will have to, if at all, ascend in a different means. Folks, I'm open to advice. Turns out
The
my
other,
proton
the other,
mail down for a few weeks or even a few months. I don't even know because it was down, so I didn't get the message. Turns out the proton mail is back. So, folks, if you guys are if you have any ideas or suggestions, commentary, positive criticism, hopefully, humidor@chronictable.com. What's that, Smash?
the other cheat code for like the cannabis game is if I hate to say it, but if you have like a high times cup or an emerald cup or something, it gives it a little bit of bone.
Okay,
If you
Smash, that doesn't help me at all. So stupid ideas, like ideas that just like
you
a
can't enter, why
shot,
can't you enter a contest?
high times. The fuck.
Any cup.
I have been wanting to enter some of those. I'm too late for the Oregon Grower Cup. I could have
Yeah,
probably
it
entered.
doesn't have to be. I'm just those are the ones that were on top of my
Might
head.
still be, there might still be part of that's my fault. I mean, honestly, like I haven't felt like I had flour that I would enter into a cup, which is it's reasonable. I mean, shit, I have to move from my place and then whatever. It's not worth going into. Uh, yeah. So now, basically, with my outdoor harvest, I feel like I had a couple of good harvests. With like, I had a really nice Jack Hare. I had that nice Morgana for a while. What else? So I guess I could have if I had been a little bit more freaking proactive. To be honest, Smash, you're not wrong. To be honest, I don't have to be an asshole. Sorry for jumping down your throat. I don't have to be an asshole. High
I meet
time,
a lot of people, dude,
but
at these
there are
events.
definitely some other events potentially I could enter. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I meet thousands of people at some of these events. I mean, not all of them are going to follow you or whatever, but if you're making a good impression, you usually get a follow and
That's
word of
been one
mouth.
of the biggest problems. The events on the West Coast have just cratered. Nobody goes to them. Just nobody fucking goes to them. Not nobody, but I mean, like I'm talking 50 people for a big event that 50 booths show up to. You know, it used to be 500 or 1,000. So for some reason, events are just dead. So I don't know. I'm hoping to restart my tasting group. Maybe I've been saying that for I don't know how long now. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think that would help a lot, to be honest.
Um,
Garage is asking where can people sign up for the tester thing. Like I said, I am unsure if I'm actually going to do the testers. It's a lot of work to send out the seeds. It's inevitable that 80-90% of the people just keep the seeds and you never hear from them again, which is kind of demoralizing and depressing. But it's a fact of life. I feel like the list that I have of people, it's probably not going to be 90% of people that vanish. But go figure, it's always at least somebody. You can guarantee that. I don't know how to explain it otherwise. I've talked to a bunch of different breeders. There's just something about seeds that turns the weirdo on in some people, and especially free seeds. And it's inevitable, literally inevitable, that some of the people on that list will just like vanish. Like, hey, I got free seeds. Shit, I'd send you free seeds if you wanted them. Just ask. But it is what it is. And then basically it's a long time to get data, usually not 4 months because sometimes people will drop them right away. I mean, every once in a while you get people like, fuck, I'll drop them when you give them to me, Humidor. But most of the time people will drop them next time they can drop them, right? And so that basically means 6 or 8 months from now is when I can expect the information. I don't know if that's that useful, at this point. So, because I don't know if I want to work that Jack the Ripper line for the rest of my life. That was supposed to be just basically a link in the chain. And now, basically, because of all my shenanigans, now I'm just still working on it because I'm trying to actually finally put that link in the chain. But I want to work on other stuff in the future too. So, yeah, anyway, you feel like you're going to say, or it feels like you're going to say something Smash. By the way, we haven't introduced you guys. What's going on, D?
It's funny that you could read my face. Good, D. You're muted, by the way.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a great night. Thanks for tuning into the pre-show, the Female and Flavors pre-show on my channel, D_745. Also, find me on Instagram at D_zombie_. I am smoking on Cali Gold right now. I got some other stuff, G13, and same old stuff.
I wonder what
Everyone's having a
Cali
great night.
Gold is.
What?
I wonder what the cross in Cali Gold is.
Oh, I can look it up.
Yeah, we'll look it up after.
Go for it, Smash.
What's up, everyone? I hope you're having a great night. Yeah, you can find me the number 4, Smash DD, the number 20, YouTube, Instagram. When we were talking, I was gonna say I just got offered a booth for $400. At a pretty big event. Yeah. And we're gonna.
High Times cups used to be $4,000 for a small one.
Yeah, this is like it's 8th year of the Harvest Cup now. I've gone. You've heard me go every year almost. It's pretty big. There's a lot of the light companies come. It's got to be maybe at the peak year was 20,000 people walk through in a couple of days.
Oh.
Last couple of years, COVID really fucked it up. But then last year there was probably a good 10,000 people that came through. 8,000, 10,000. It's still a good amount of people. And the thing was, I talked to the art gallery, like me and the owner are really good friends, and I'm like, why don't we just split the booth? You know what I mean? Like $200 each, and then we could you can sell your art, you can sell your pictures. I can just sit there and hang out, promote the vlog or promote the channels maybe. But we'll see. They also give me a media pass every year, so I don't even need to pay to get in. So that's always cool. Dude, I'm really stoned. I got these pop rocks. Shout out to Boom Extract. He just lost his Instagram.
Oh, not right on for the Instagram, but right on Boom. I remember him that well, but I used to know him. Cheers, folks. Hop onto the show. You guys are more than welcome. Like I said before, D's the boss here. He's the head, whatever the shit. Honestly, there's probably a couple other names in the chat that could give you the link, or frankly, well, I guess it has to be a blue name to leave a link, I guess, now that I think about it. But anyway, that's a solvable problem, ladies and germs. Most of you already have the link. Hop on, join the conversation. If you have not joined the conversation before, you are more than welcome. Come show your garden. Tell us about your way of growing. We'd love to hear new methods. We'd love to hear from DWC folks. We'd love to hear from dry farmers. You name it. There's all kinds of folks that we don't get a chance to talk to because they just don't talk to us on the show. So, folks, hop on, join the conversation.
I just popped some seeds, actually.
What'd you pop?
Platinum Kush Breath to Papaya Cross Mimosa.
Yo, I had a chance to try my mimosa the other day. I never got it though.
I don't know. This came in the free seed pack that Bud gave me, and it's always caught my eye because it's got that platinum. It's got platinum Kush bread and papaya in it. I don't really care
Mhm.
about the mimosa, but see how it turns out.
Here's the if it will work. Here's the cross, by the way. Cali Gold. What does it say? What does that one say?
Go to the Seedfinder.
Oh, all right. I hate Seedfinder.
I do too, but sometimes All Bud does that. It doesn't tell you. Leafly might have
Where's
it.
the Where's the Leafly I hate? It's Leafly.
Oh wait, hold on. Across, go up. Across between Jaw, OG Kush, and DS Gold.
There you go.
I never heard of them.
No, the strains are. It's okay. It's not. I like the Jeep 13. I find much better, stronger, better tasting than it's. I just find it's like run of the mill, your regular
What I
bud.
got?
There you go.
Oh wow!
Should I make a phone call?
Thank you.
All right, hold on. I got another one.
Was that one of those the containers, the steel containers?
Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't know how much this weighs. I could weigh it. Hold on, let's weigh this. Make sure there's
Yeah,
no
yeah.
extra.
That's
What's up?
pretty crazy. That's a big bud. I like big buds and I cannot lie. Cheers, Salt and Sea Seeds. Cheers, Rory. Try more.
So this is blueberry to OG Kush S1.
Nice. I like blueberry. I like OG Kush. Sour diesel cross with permanent marker. That sounds crazy, Rory. I got purple sour diesel right now. Purple Kush cross with sour diesel.
See, they're not crazy dense. Let's see. That big bud is a half ounce.
Wow, nice. Nice.
So you got to think it's drunk how much? That was a big bud.
That a real nice joint.
Let's see about this one.
One big joint. Cheers,
That
Jack.
one, 13.37 grams.
Nice.
So
That's sick.
this is almost an ounce.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like, here, you want?
Who wants an ounce? 2 buds. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I had buds like that. I camped like that on my Blue Dream I grew that one time. Huge colas. It was awesome.
Yeah, the blueberry Kush, it's good. That OG gives it the old school style and like look and everything. Same thing with the blueberry. It's really like I don't know. It's frosty, but it's not like crazy frosty.
Headbanger. Yeah. Yeah, I like blueberry strains.
God damn it. Need to buy a new gasket for this thing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I need a bigger container.
I have 4.
Right on.
Dude, I ran out of glass and I had to use some Tupperware.
Huh? That's funny. I got a whole case full of glass upstairs.
I got some. I was just cleaning a bunch when I was trimming. And they weren't ready when I was done. Yeah, the only shitty thing is these gaskets get stretched out over time. So they don't,
Yeah.
you gotta like put them in every time, make sure they stay. It took a while for this to happen though.
Yeah. Wait, what are? Yeah, man. Hop on, folks. Come and hang out. I'm gonna be here for the next couple hours till about 2 o'clock.
Here's another nice big mug.
Nice. Bust it out. Look at that.
That is actually this is all I have left of what was it? Michelangelo? Yeah, Michelangelo.
All right, on. How is it?
That tangy comes through. As it sits for a little bit, that tangy's not as strong and it might be a better smoke for me at least.
Right on. Okay, salt and seeds. Right on.
Donatello smells like a fucking lemon drop. Like a piney
Right.
lemon drop almost. I don't know.
I had
It
that up.
sucks because it's all like really small nodes. Like there's not a lot of big nodes.
The
I don't
fuck?
know what I'm
Oh,
gonna do with that yet. I haven't decided. I gotta order new hash bags. That's a thing I need.
Irie. Donatello is lemon skunk cross of blueberry, and it's 63 to 70 days. But that's not what Smash you went. Was it that one you went that long? You went long? I forget now.
Yeah, that's the one that went super long.
Yeah, that's funny. Flavor is supposed to be like a sour lemon raspberry candy.
Does have a good lemony smell. Maybe mine. I just had one. It was probably just an outlier.
Mm-hmm. Wolfbellen's head and body.
Michelangelo is some tangy to something to something.
Yeah. I'll look that one.
I wouldn't mind trying that Donatello one more time. If I could get maybe if I could get more seats, but I probably can't. So I'm
No,
moving.
it's gone.
Yeah, so I'm moving on to that Platinum Kush Breath by Papaya by Mimosa because I think it should be really frosty, have good bag appeal. Is what I'm looking for right now.
Yeah. Michelangelo is platinum candy crossed with blueberry cookies.
Okay.
Aroma and flavor, sour oranges and sweet tarts.
Yeah, absolutely. I hate it.
Yeah,
I got some of my stuff. Like I got a couple of the apple fritter crosses going right now. I have a
nice.
couple of the Chemdog crosses, and I'm outside looking, and there's some really nice buds outdoors right now. Too bad they're all. I've been spraying them with like peroxide and stuff, and just trying to help keep them out there. It was 70 degrees today. Fucking 50 to 70, crazy.
Yeah, it was nice here too.
Um. So yeah, I got a couple of those in the basement. I started more because I was like, I think I'm gonna not finish outside this year because I had the
Yeah.
idea of like actually really reversing. I cut down the males and I was like, all right, I want to reverse it. So I cut down the males and I'm like, and then I ordered the STS and it got stuck. It took like 2.5 weeks to get here. So I was 2.5 weeks behind what I wanted to be.
Hmm.
And that's really fucking me right now.
Yeah, that sucks. That's no good when you can't get what you need.
I put them in the shed, so they're
Yeah.
under some T8s. That plant looks like it's got a bunch of pollen sacs and a bunch of seed sacs, maybe. So I'm hoping if I just let it go in there for the October, if I can get it through October, it should have at least enough seeds to do something with or try something else with.
Yeah. Right on. And you can collect pollen too.
Yeah, I'm gonna reverse another plant, I think.
I think that'd be neat to try too. Is just have you ever tried pollinating with just like branches and tinfoil and shit? I
I've
think
used
that's
bags,
interesting.
like I've wrapped it with a bag after pollinating.
Right on. Yeah,
Or
that's pretty
if it's a
cool.
really dry day, you put a bag over, you throw the pollen. You like slide the bag over so there's some air in there. You hold it at the stem. You get your pollen ready. You throw it in there and you shake it around.
Yeah.
And you hold the end so it doesn't come out, and you just let it sit there for I don't know a couple of minutes.
Nice.
So it'll settle and pull the bag off. Shouldn't be. I mean, there's gonna be pollen. Like that's the thing. It's hard. It's really hard to mitigate the spread, but you got to be really meticulous sometimes, even to the point of like using a paintbrush.
That's what I was gonna say. Paintbrush would be the best. That's what I
If
would
you get
do.
the whole branch, yeah, it don't matter.
I think that'd be pretty cool to try. I've never tried that before. Just like one branch.
Yeah, I cut down the males. I should have kept one
Mm. Mm.
going. Yeah, I also was thinking I'm gonna make the veg area bigger, just by a little bit, just taller, pretty much. Do you know you're still on Seedfinder?
I could be.
Yeah, you're still sharing. I don't think I can do anything.
Yeah, I'm there. What did you need me to look up?
Oh, nothing. I'm saying you're still sharing Seedfinder.
Oh, am I really?
It's on my screen.
Not on my screen, not on the main screen.
Oh wait, Jer, I'm dummy. Never mind, I lied to you.
Yeah, yo, laugh. Yeah.
I was looking at my screen, and you were little.
Oh, true. I hate when that happens. Just found a yet healthy Mandarin cookies mail.
Yeah, come hang out.
Nice, Pet G. Pet G just found a small yet healthy Mandarin cookies mail. He's trying to induce a nice cut and took a lemon tree crossed with Oreos. I forget if Oreos is good or not. I had it. I just don't remember.
I like Oreos. I like the one with the Z though,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, that's the one I smoked. It was at Green Goddess's place.
Uh, I think there's two cuts out. There's a bunch of cuts out there.
Mm,
I'm actually really hoping this platinum Kush breath is good.
yeah,
I'm gonna pop some more of my papaya too.
right on.
I just sent 10 packs of that to the Harvest Cup. I
Sweet.
think we're gonna put them in some of the raffle baskets.
Oh, nice. Couple days. Right on, Pet G. Pet G's got a lady in the cupboard.
Did
I'm not,
you put a link out there by any chance yet? Just
no,
if anyone's
no mess.
oh, all right. Damn. Come hang out. What the hell? I
Yeah,
hate
man.
this. It's this
Well, we have
show's
some. Bud's gonna come and hang out after the second set of Billy Strings, and some seeds might come on after he eats dinner.
I know, but I would like to see some new faces.
Yeah,
I hate to say it, like I love all you guys, but it'd be cool to meet some new people. I've had actually some of my best friends nowadays, like Morana Family Farms, dude. I met him online and we met up and stuff. Like martial artist is one of the coolest dudes ever. Um, Charlie's obviously I haven't talked to him in a while. He's doing his own thing right now. Still love the
well,
guy.
hang on, Salt.
Um, who else?
If you ever see Charlie, tell him we say hello.
Yeah, I gotta message him again. I've been trying to get him to come out to an event or something, and he's so busy.
Whoops, leave.
Um,
Don't hang. Don't back up.
yeah, I haven't decided what I want to do with the Harvest Cup yet. If I wanna, I've been trying to buy another GoPro. I want to go live on a GoPro, so
Yeah,
I think I need to get a version 8 or higher.
right.
Um, or I might order a new phone. I've been thinking about buying a new phone too.
Yeah. Uh,
Because I mean, I got a Galaxy, but it's older.
hmm
It still runs pretty good, but I don't know. As the time went on, the pictures don't look as good.
Peace. There we go. Oh, I gotta put the little doorbell on. Right on, Patsy. Yeah, I need to make another coffee soon. Speaking of Pet G.
I don't even really have. I need to up pot everything downstairs. They're in the big tent, but they're just in little 1 gallon still. Got to up pot them and get them ready to flip.
Nice.
I think I'm gonna throw away the dirt in my 20 gallon because it was giving me problems. The blueberry Kush.
Right.
So I don't know. That's the only pot that gave me problems. So I figure I might as well throw it out. I got enough to throw it out and be okay.
What do you do with it? Do you throw it outside like I do?
Yeah,
Just throw it,
I put it in the garden outside.
yeah,
So
that's what I
next
do.
year I'll put it where I'm gonna grow next year.
Nice. Ooh, it's spooky. Spooky as salt and sea seeds. Oh, oh. Ooh.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like that time of year, like, crazy temperature swings.
Yeah. Trick or treat. Ooh, trick or treat. Hang on, Sultan on the spotlight, you. Nice. Cheers, Sultan.
It's stuff from North Star. Got the banana faction right here. The funky Co Medina. And the two in the pots are Stout Kush. And then the last one are Corn Star Sweat. All North Star genetics.
Oh, right on. Trade the North Star. By the way, don't hold me to it, guys, but I think North Star's, if you go to his website, the stuff still might be on sale. He's having some type of sale. I forget exactly what it is, but if you go back to the last, either the last safety meeting or the one before that, he'll tell you all
Black Knight
about
Delight from Humidor.
what? Sorry?
Two Black Knight Delights by Humidor.
Right on.
That one started branching out finally.
Nice.
Put them in the bed about a week ago, so I maybe
Yo, I got some stuff for you to try. I think you'll like the papaya rum cake cross to the Chem 91 Kellyo.
all white because of sulfur. It's getting hot in here. I'm gonna get out of here. That's all the plants. I got some little stunks down here, and then magnum opus in the corner. Dairy Queen.
Oh shit, hold on. There we go. Dairy Queen, that's awesome.
Yeah, green fingers.
Porkle.
All right on.
Porkle, Dairy Queen. Romulan Hazy Kush. Another
Sweet.
Dairy Queen.
Dairy
One more
Queen.
Dairy Queen. I'll have to pull that out and let it veg more before I flip the room. But
I want to contact our delivery service, see if they're back to another feed them
Oh,
up.
yeah. I never got emails from the last winners. The winners from duck races.
Right.
Jason Lynn
Line.
and Southern BT. I think. Yeah. If you want them, let me know. If you don't want them, let me know. I'll give them away to someone else. Green fingers, let me send you some seeds.
hold on, my dog's throwing up. Sorry about that, guys. Heck yeah. I'll trade you some seeds or something.
Jones in the Grove has 3 Black Knight Delights and drinks week 3.
Nice.
So the premium gear. Someone else was telling me that they have some creamy stuff going too. Some Black Knight. There's a Black Knight Morana and something else. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Jonesden. Never mind. Anyways.
Yeah, his stuff smells really good right now. One smells a little lemony. I'm guessing that's from the fruit special number 3. But yeah, it's one's got real thin leaves and one's a little thicker. The Black Knight Delight's looking good.
Right on.
I like it so far. I haven't even got it out of veg yet, so there's the moon. Look at that thing.
That's right. Black Soma Morgana.
Little red dot.
I like Lime River Rose. That's a good one.
What the hell is that? Oh, there's a cool side by side going by. I see some rainbow lights out there.
I got some Turp Town, which is wedding pie to birthday cake across to the Chem 91 Calio, but it's at the last generation seeds.
Mhm.
F3. I've been going through those. I've been trying to pop those. I made those and I never went through them. I was like, man, I just got so much cool stuff, and I was just there was so much seeds, and I was like, yeah, I just put them to the side. But now I'm looking at it and I'm like, that actually might be a pretty good cross.
Right on. Um,
That's all. Place to set my phone and my hook just broke, or my clip broke off the back of my phone, so I can't hook it to nothing. What the? Start my other phone.
No hooking for you.
I just ordered two like security cameras, and I'm hoping that I could set it up, and when I got plants in the flower room actually like flowering and stuff, I could just put it up in the corner and do a 24-hour like stream on one of those websites.
Dude, she got. Oh, I wish I knew. I would have told you to get this cam that we got. We got this pet cam, and you can pan. It's night vision. It has night vision, and it also does 360-degree turn. You can access the camera right on your phone.
Yeah, I got the same thing pretty much,
Oh, right on.
355 degree,
I
but
know.
it's gonna be in a corner, so it won't even need that
Yeah.
much. I got an old laptop that I could dedicate to like OBS, so we'll see. I'm waiting for him to get here. I got two of them, so I might actually put one like I don't know, maybe in the backyard. See if I can catch any of the cool animals coming through here because I live next to the woods. I thought about buying a trail cam and putting it out back, just to take pictures of the animals because there's like I got a fence, so I'd go into the woods and find like a path, and there's coyotes, there's turkeys, there's so many fucking animals back there, foxes.
Boxes and packages. Packages and boxes. Right on, Jones. And Jones and the Grows about to pop some Dread Persephone.
Nice.
I pop a pack of seeds every week, like at least 2 or 3 5 packs every week. Not all of them.
That's
Not all of them
awesome.
they haven't been doing nothing for me. I've been having bad luck with a lot of seeds, so I'm just like, whatever ones I do get, I'm like, thank God. It's like finally 1 out of 5 made it. So
Mm,
I think like 2 nights ago was the biggest super moon we've ever had, or something.
yeah.
yeah, the moon's really small right now. So small for me, so far away.
Is that what she said? Nah.
Only because it's cold.
I
You
just
ever,
got out of the pool.
you gotta account for shrinkage.
Hey, after 70 fucking degrees, it's not my problem. It's not my problem anymore. It's the weather. I'm blaming the weather.
What else should I pop?
Reefers.
Jeez. Excuse me.
I don't know why, but I feel like these are auto flowers. Sour acid LSD to LSD.
True. LSD.
I might pop a couple of these too. There's only 5 seeds in here. Probably pop 3. Gorilla Grape Ape to cookies and cream.
Nice.
Maybe.
Oh shit.
Ooh, is it time? Should I pop some of the hood candy from Soulfire?
That sounds pretty fly.
I don't know what the crop is on this. I'm trying to remember.
What could be split on some good sense Amelia? Hell no.
I just put 5 seats down. I don't know what they were. Trying to remember. I can't remember at all.
Yeah.
Shit.
I've had
Oh.
Dawn Mega from Soulfire, and it's really good.
Put down. I just put 10 seeds down, but I think 2 popped. Pop some Colombian crosses from coastal seeds.
This is one of the reasons why I wanted to feminize that plant, because they only got a little bit of seeds from it. The Chemdog cross.
Bing bong.
I'm looking in here, and there's probably 10 good seeds left.
True. I'm smoking.
I'm starting to run low on papaya rum cake too, but I got a decent amount still.
Nice.
If I had to guess,
Let's do it in the morning. Then dive at night.
I'd still say there's about maybe 150, 200 viables here. Maybe more.
What the fuck?
Hey, all my old school ravers will know what this is.
You got a popper? That's crazy. I haven't seen one of those in so long, dude.
It's in my
All you
box.
need the balloon and you're all good. All you need the balloon.
I was doing whippets before whippets were cool.
Yeah, right? That's just funny. That's just what we
Whip it.
did. It was fucking
Whip it good.
Yeah.
Cheers,
that's just
so.
hilarious. Good times.
Yep. Raver times.
Yeah, man. That's where a lot of experience for me went down. I was like, dang, a lot of craziness. A lot of craziness during those times.
I just got sick of I don't know. I got sick of waiting for someone else's cracker, so I was like, I went to this. What I was buying the cartridges anyways. So I was like, how much do you want to? They're $10. It's like, fuck it, give it to me.
Yeah, I think mine was handed down from the older generation before me. They're like, I'm done with this stuff. I'm like, what is all this box of stuff? It's like, you'll find out. And I like
Yeah,
started
that's the
finding.
thing. It's in the box of like a bunch of cannabis seeds.
Man, yeah, and I stole seeds out of the junk drawer, not knowing what they were when we were kids trying to grow them. They were thought they were like little palm trees. And they just kept pulling them out. Stop trying to grow these. You're gonna get us in trouble. It's like, what are you? What is it? Like, we're just trying to grow some plants, man.
Yeah, we had the wood. I always lived like my first house was next to the woods. This house is next to the woods. I grew up going shooting at the Sportsman's Club, and they owned like 100 acres or something crazy up in the fucking hills.
Awesome. Yeah, we don't have woods other than the desert.
Well,
You got
they,
you could
you
really
could
go in
like
the desert, trip out, dude.
you could pull up, drive into the woods, unload your four wheeler, and go like into a tree stand or go hunting out there if you're a member for free.
That's awesome.
I mean, I guess it's not free. I guess you got to be a member, but
This
but
person said
it's not a lot of money.
they had candy paint. Is candy paint? Is it? I'm asking the guy in the Jones to grow. Is that candy paint job or is it candy paint? Because I heard a candy paint job from Brother Mendel. I was just gonna get that. I'm interested in that name. Is right when I read it right now. Like, what? Candy paint? Is that candy paint job or candy paint? I've never heard of candy paint, but I can't find my other phone from on it. Jesus Christ, stop barking.
What up, Jeff? How you been?
Hey, good. Candy Paint, I never heard of that one. I never heard of either of those.
There's a lot of things I'm like that with. I don't know.
I was wondering what kind of lights those were, though. Green Bears in your room. Those grow lights.
I could barely hear that from way back there. What was the question?
Sorry. Yeah, what kind of grow lights are those that you got? Can you hear me? I don't know. How's my mic?
Yeah, no, Ion 7. Am I unmuted still? Or did I just mute
You're
myself?
good.
Okay, 720, Ion 720 watts. The Ion 720s.
Who makes those?
Ion. That's what
Ion.
it's
Oh, that's
called.
the name
I
of
don't
them.
know what
Okay.
it's, that's the name. ION
Yeah,
720.
I looked at those. I'll look them up. What are they? The 720s?
Yeah, 720. That's what I use them at half, lower than half. Then I kick them up to half about right now. And then blast them on. I never go on high, but at
I
80%.
guess they're all pretty similar these days. They kind of all copied each other.
Yeah,
With
they're
like
really
that
good
folding
for,
open and a ballast in the middle.
yeah, there's some really good, what are they right now? Fluoroflex for 300 and something dollars for a 700 watt, which is the best deal I could find right now. Which, because I'm looking for more lights, like always. But that's probably the next one I'm gonna get. But you have to do some assembly. That's why it costs a little less.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, I did
370.
that with HLG one, some HLGs. And then you don't get the warranty, but yeah, it was
I
like
think this has all the
half
full
price.
warranties and stuff. So
Oh yeah,
that's,
cool.
yeah, that's why it was still worth getting. Otherwise, I don't think.
HLG didn't do that.
Oh wow, yeah, they didn't go down in price much. Couple hundred,
They might have on another website.
like a couple $100 less. When I got them like right when they first came out, like 3 or 4 years ago, or when I first saw them. I've had them in that room already for almost the length of the. Might have another year of warranty. That's it.
Okay, so hold on.
2 of them for a 4x8 room. Perfect.
So this, yeah, four
Or
by
8
four,
by
six
whatever I have
inches.
now. 8x7. There. 8x7 room. It works pretty good. 2 of them.
Nice.
It's supposed to be 5 foot, right?
2.6.
Well, bad. Oh man, I gotta check my dogs.
Yeah.
So I'm putting up some new lights and seeing what's out there now.
look at this chart at 4 feet. It goes from this is 6 inches high. Middle's 1255, 1291, 1350. All right, we'll go from this corner to that corner. 1296, 1258, 1144. Then it goes to 696 at 4 feet. So they drop off, and then it's interesting because the left is always a little higher than the right. Wait, what? I don't know. Yeah, these tests are kind of weird. But anyways, yeah, they got a lot of power in the middle. They'd be good to stack on each other for sure. They got a lot of power. How do I not share Zoom? There we go. I don't know. I really want a light I can play with the spectrum.
Yeah, I just got one, something like that. The GML light.
That one's cool too. And then get the fucking underlighting and see if it works for me.
Yeah, yeah. I can't believe he's going all out. This is pretty wild. He's doing. I was talking about having LEDs on a netting, a canopy.
Yeah, but these are
And
UV
and then it would be right
for bugs. Now, supposedly they
well,
have
that's
lights
something else. Isn't
that
that something
run.
else? That's a different
Yeah,
product, is that? Yeah.
they run for 15 minutes
And
after
don't
your lights, or like while your lights are going off, or
and
after.
don't be in the room. You can't be in the
Yeah,
room.
and it's supposed to kill, like, insects are drawn to it and it kills them.
Maybe they had powdery mildew too.
Yeah, it's supposed to help with a lot of shit, but it's just you're not supposed to be in there when it's on. And
Yeah, he's got some crazy stuff going
one of his lights, the tent light, is like almost universally, like, from corner to corner, the ppm are like equal, not equal, but the same.
on. Uh-huh.
That's the one thing I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that's even all the way across. It's what I want. To like,
Yeah,
ideally,
I don't think I've ever had that in any of my grows. 'Cause I've always been adding lights, and it's always just, it's never been just like a one build, like, it's never been like a business kind of like, sure, I would do this, set this up. And yeah, I'm not even sure how intense the lights are really. I just go by how the plants look. And like, that's even like these HLG lights that I was talking about that I built. It was only because he didn't sell them in that configuration, but you could buy like, usually his was like 2x2, but then he sold this one kit that was like, oh, three, and that was long. And I was like, oh, this will be great to just fill in this narrow area. And then like now and then it just gets all redone. Like, yeah, they got all the HIDs, all the high pressure sodiums.
yeah,
Felt
but
terrible throwing that away, but no one else uses them that I know of. Other
I use some
industry.
CMHs. I could get another one if I really wanted to.
Do
I'd like to
CMHs
get
use
rid
the
of
same hoods? Do they use ducted hoods? Ones I've seen were like with a ballast on the side, like attached.
Mhm. I was looking at an HLG, someone selling it. It's their blue board. So it's got like a bluish spectrum on it. I think they're selling it for $100. It's 230 watts. something like that. I could probably get it down a little bit too.
The way to go, get new stuff if you can.
I paid $20 for my CMH.
Nice. Yeah, I just tossed these. I was thinking like, yeah, maybe I could sell them for like, yeah, $20 each or something. Maybe 50, maybe. I don't know. Just for
It
like
depends on what model it is. There was
new
one I was
condition,
yeah, I would have paid 50 for, but the one
triple
I had was so
XL. Yes,
simple.
CMH I could see, yeah. So, but even like the bulbs, I was thinking like, I'm never gonna use these. Just the
They're
bulbs are
expensive.
so expensive. It's like, yeah, the prices you're talking with LEDs, was even $700 for that one. That's list basically, and so the bulbs add up. For what you can get these days, and for all the other reasons too.
I haven't changed the bulb down there in a while. The guy said it was brand new, and I looked at it. It looked like it never been lit.
The
Now it looks
Hortilux
like
had a writing on it. The Hortilux, brushed sodiums had the writing would change color after like 10 hours of burning. So you can tell CMHs.
yeah, you can see the inside now. It's starting to
Yeah,
wear.
but sometimes it would fool you like the black marks or something. You kind of look and see in there.
But
But
even if I got a used LED, let's just say it's well made. Um, the guy ran it for a year. It's the veg light, so it was on. I don't know. I don't want to do the math right now. 18 hours a day times 365 is what? Uh, so whatever those hours. Normally you get about 50,000 hours out of
yeah,
these LEDs before there's really
yeah.
starting to really hurt them.
I've noticed. I haven't noticed like I can't tell if they're getting dimmer or not, but I've noticed over time some LEDs will go out. I feel like, oh, one little LED here, and oh, one little LED there. And yeah, I don't look at it. I usually don't look at it. I'll like look at the reflection off my phone or something, and that's how I noticed it when I'm in there checking what they look like, on my phone, like just on a black screen, and just the reflection off that, you get a good enough view. But
I had
yeah,
one of
just not.
my
So if you do buy a used one, you might want to just check
I had
that.
one of my Chinese lights. I used it for about 5 years, and I think the ballast went, not the boards, not the lights. I just don't know where I could get another one of those ballasts because the company doesn't exist anymore.
The ballasts are usually standard. If there's no controller or any other things attached to it, that they kind of hooked onto it. But like, yeah, some of the companies, yeah, it's just a straight up ballast from one of the ballast companies.
I kept it because
Ballast
I think
company,
it could be
HLG.
fixed. I was probably gonna look on eBay for I was gonna look up the model number of that ballast, see if I can get a replacement, new old
Yeah,
stock or something.
or even it doesn't, or even just you can just look at the specs. Um, but maybe someone who's kind of familiar. It's a similar way to connect to it too would be really good. But and then some of them have a dimmer built in, like you have to stick a screwdriver in a hole maybe or something to dim it. But yeah, on the ballast is sometimes a built. Damn it. But yeah, sometimes those are just totally replaceable. And you don't get the warranty though too if you buy a used one. That's also something to consider. But usually on the LEDs, like yeah, you might lose one LED, but what are you gonna do? Use one, just one or two. I mean, I wouldn't even really worry too much, but that's just something to see how many are. But really, it's the ballast. Like that's what I've had go on just regular ones.
I've been lucky. I haven't had knock on wood, any LEDs go.
I had one of the first um, chilled chill LED, the ones you'd order that were vented. It was a vented LED. It was like one of the first LEDs in the market, and yeah, that one had some problems. It's like it didn't get the venting. It I forget why. Like maybe the fan it would turn off 20 minutes too soon or something. Or anyway, if it didn't get venting, yeah, that one wasn't good. And then yeah, the company just I'll just have everything open.
Isn't the company gone now?
No, well, I think they're still around, but yeah, I think all their stuff's open now. They don't do their vented hooded LEDs anymore.
I know one company was downsizing or something. I don't know.
Does
I've
get
had good
more
luck.
most of the heat out. The ballast was basically in there and everything was in there. It's all just all the heat was taken away. I mean, not all the heat, but all the excess heat. And you could keep it really cool if you could. If not, yeah, it had a heat protection system, so it was shut off. But it's not right. It kind of it had some problems, but I was wondering about the infrared. That's what I was wondering about, like with yeah, if anybody's had that or anyone else.
I think
Kind of why I hopped on it because this one's got that, and I'm like, I don't really know how to use that. I mean, I've
I
heard
think
of.
GML actually posted an Instagram recently where it was showing like different stages of light for different parts of the day.
Yeah, look at it. See, that's what I said months back or a long time ago, years, a long time. Just like all these ones that the lights that give you more control, you have to know how to use them. So in a way, it makes it more complicated. Where like I was thinking like you buy a Mercedes Benz, like it's not real, like it doesn't have tons of extra bells and whistles on. No, it's got a lot of things underneath the hood, and it just does the right thing at the right time, and knows what
I've seen
mixtures and
I've seen some that can mimic like full sun days, cloudy day, rainy day. It was interesting.
uh-huh. But yeah, like, I think the infrared, yeah, it's want it quickly red. So there's different ways you can use it, but if you use it like 20 minutes when the lights first come on, 20 minutes when the lights are about to go out, before they go out, then they're like wake up quicker and go to sleep quicker. And
I might
you can
the lights.
effectively have a shorter nighttime hours, fewer nighttime hours.
I,
And
huh.
and more they'll still it won't mess them up. They're going to sleep quicker. They're not like in some twilight state or whatever. Not quite awake, not quite asleep, but not getting any light either. Not doing any photosynthesis. It's kind of tossing and turning in bed. And it's something to do with stretching too. You can use it to control stretching and maybe leaf size.
So Fumi's got one of those next lights, I believe. And they don't use any red in it at all. It's pure white light. And I might get one of those to put next to the mixed.
Uh-huh. They all seem to work really well.
I like a mixed spectrum, though. Like right now, I got an HLG and a CMH in my flower room, and I love it.
If you're gonna do vegging also, then it matters more. But if it's just for flowering, that's what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, if you're gonna veg and then then having your spectrum can change. That's what I was doing with it. The chilled kind of had that. It had like some switches on it where you could like veg and production or something was, and then another switch for like dimming, like 100% and 50 or something. But it had a few
The one thing
controllers.
I
They were
find
trying a lot. What was that?
with mine is the dimming switch, like by 30%, the lights off. And it's always done that.
Oh, another thing about the chilled, it's the only LED I've seen that had a lens cover, had covering over the LEDs. Most
I've
of the
had a
like
couple
a
that
couple
do.
of the LEDs, I don't know what kind they were, but those were like far red or something, maybe. Those no, the lens was like cut out, it had an opening, so that didn't go through the lens. I guess that frequency couldn't go through the lens or something. It's like just some plastic or something, but
Was it
it did
shade?
protect the LED.
Because
But
I've
it's
actually had them put like, so there's a cover and there's a lens to focus it. Um, I've actually had both. I hate the lenses. I usually take them off. You see them a
I
lot
think it
of
was
the
just a
time
cover.
on the cobs, the crees.
Okay. Yeah, right. Yeah, and those had some cover.
Which I love those lights. They're strong.
Yeah, those
And you
what
can
they
power
call
them.
yeah, the cobs. Yeah, yeah. Chip on board. Those were like, but those you lose. See, then that's like um a spotlight or you don't get that diffuse lighting.
Yeah, you got to hang a bunch of them. Like if I was gonna use some cobs in a, let's say a 5x5, I'd probably hang 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 10 of them evenly spaced out.
Uh-huh.
How much do they?
Mars was one of those early ones that did that. Because yeah, now
Maybe
I know they were kind of one of the early
9,
ones. What was that?
maybe 9, 3, 3, and 3.
Nine. Yeah.
Yeah, 9. That would make more sense, I think. Because I think they're about 250 watts per.
Those were like spaceships. Isn't that
Because
kind of why
that's
they
what
called them Mars?
I gotta remember how much wattage they take. I don't remember. Because I knew Black Sail had one that maybe was 400 watts. But I don't remember what they normally are. If anyone in chat knows, I can't see chat, so someone tell me if they say anything. I don't know. I did
What
like
I've
those.
seen though, it like you're gonna have pretty good results if you just have a decent light. Like yeah, it would be like maybe going for the prize. You want this and that, or you want to maximize your output.
I find the plants under the CMH stay a little bit greener than under the LED. They actually show like a bunch of
Yeah,
color sometimes.
no CMH and Yeah, but I mean just LEDs, just from the LEDs, because they're all basically using the same. Like at this point, anyway, they're all pretty good LEDs that they're using. If it's a decent company, like all these name brand companies, maybe some China no name, but then you can just see, and then yeah, they might be like a big thing for a while was the bin, what bin it was from. Oh, like it's same LED, but its output is whatever percent.
I'm just looking at the pictures I took last night at the event I was at. I did a bunch of GoPro work. I think I did like an hour time lapse. I might actually just let it run for an hour. I gotta look.
So how was it? Was
It
there a
was
good turnout?
last night was fun. It was a glass event at my friend's glass shop. It was fun. 2 minute
Are
walk
people
around.
are people going out still to events?
Yeah, I guess it depends. So yeah, I did an hour and 6 recording. How do I? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm looking through this the first hour. I think it got even busier as the night went on. I still find people go to a lot of events, at least over here. I don't know about the West Coast. People are saying it sucks.
Yeah, it's not as many. They have to change it up.
There probably is, but I mean, I go to a lot of local events too, not just like I've actually never been to a High Times Cup. I've never been to like an Emerald Cup. Most of the things I go to are local-ish.
You know, if they just had it open where you smoking and selling, be a lot different.
Can I zoom in on here? No. I'm gonna have to put this on the computer. I tried the video. They got a bunch of cool fucking glass in there. They got a piece that's like maybe 2.5, 3 feet tall. It's an R2D2 long.
Beep, 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 beep.
I'm watching it right now to make like see how the video looks. Yeah, they have a bunch of sick fucking glass. I gotta put these on my computer and check them out. Dude, I love a GoPro, man.
Yeah, nice.
If you're looking for just something to record your time, the
What do you think of the
GoPro
glasses? The idea of glasses.
or the Meta glasses.
Yeah.
But GoPro Instas, they're amazing, man. They're fun. When you actually look at a video in 4K, you're like, wow, that looks amazing. Some of the new ones I think can shoot up to 8K. GoPros and Instas. I like the 360 stuff. I want to get a 360 camera because I think it would be cool to put a 360 camera on my backpack, put it over the crowd just a little bit, and just walk around with it. And then I still have my camera in my hand. So if it's super busy and stuff, I can go up and like show angles from the 360 cam.
Uh-huh.
That'd be cool.
I want to start like I did a walkthrough in 4K the other day at Old Orchard Beach. And I think it would be cool if it would have been like 360 camera instead. And I could put it up on YouTube. You can actually, I think there's a way you can actually make a video where you can move around and stuff.
Yeah. So this guy does churches like that, the old churches in 360, so you can see the whole monastery, like the whole paintings on the roof and everything. It's freaking cool. Like, those are freaking awesome. Yeah. Good stuff. How long do those batteries last on the GoPro?
I'm lucky. So this is a older one, 7 silver. And I can plug an external battery up to it and it could be forever, really.
Oh,
You just got to worry about they do overheat.
I gotta check them out.
You might have better luck with Instas. I hear they don't overheat as bad. Because I've heard people have trouble with the GoPros. And I've had that thing's gotten super hot in the middle of the summer. Dude, I might buy a tattoo gun and I might just start like doodling on myself.
Get those pieces of skin, those fake slabs that they sell. Start practicing on those, and then
I'll just start making like graffiti art like this all over me.
How does tattoo artists practice? What do they practice on? But they bite
Fake
onto the
skin.
ink.
fake
You
skin.
can
It's
get
like
paid.
it's
Yeah.
like the Dex Toys stuff. It's the same stuff that they make it out of.
Yes, it's
It's
fake
just flat.
skin,
Yeah,
but you can also tattoo like pygmy.
yeah, side of a Boston butt or whatever with the skin with it all on there. You want like the whole chunk or like the whole half a pig. You want the
That's what
skin
she
on there.
said.
Um,
That's the whole
people
chunk.
say, yeah, they make these special pads now though that you can tattoo.
I can't look it up. I'm on my phone. I was
They
gonna
were,
say, I can look
It's
it
just
up.
plastic. It's just like a plastic imitation of skin.
they wear depends when you do it.
But the machines nowadays are different. Like everyone knows, like the old school.
Oh, yeah.
Like if I was going to tattoo, I would go. Nowadays, they got rotary in, like that barely even make any noise.
What the hell happened to your voice?
Uh,
Oh, there you go. You're back. Never mind.
That was
Yeah.
weird for a second.
they have ones
Yeah.
that like don't make any
Here goes
noise.
again. Your mic drops out sometimes, Smash.
Yeah, like your mic dropped. That's weird. That was weird. It was just
Yeah.
like if you had headphones and they went out. It was like, but you don't. That was weird.
There we go.
Dude, I want half a page. Oh, now I want a half a page. Talk about
Yo,
sports.
big check. Hello.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds
Now
good.
we can hear you. Yeah, a lot better.
Excuse me. So I was saying, the old tattoo machines, the coil machines, are really phasing out. They have rotary tattoo machines now, and they barely make any noise when you're tattooing with them. They're pretty interesting, and they have wireless now, so you don't even need wires attached. It's just an electric battery almost.
Well, that's like a lot of things too. They'll just plug in the USB, right? Same
Yeah.
concept.
Yep. I think you put plastic over the machine so it's covered, and the only thing that's exposed at the end is the needle.
No glove, no love.
Yeah, they're interesting. I'm wondering. See, I don't know all the rules on sanitary stuff. You know what I mean? Because I want to be tattooing other people, and I don't want to. I just be fucking around on myself or fucking around on like one of the pads.
One of those steamers, those medical steamers for equipment.
Yeah,
Throw it
yeah,
in
that's
there.
what I was thinking. I don't know if you could. I mean, I'm guessing you could put the machine in there.
I think you could get one, yeah, a small one for your house, like a small, really small one.
I think actually, I think the whole like the machine and the needles. Yeah, hold on. Let's pull this up.
Yeah, you could just get. Can just yeah. It's weird now that they're so different than they used to be. Wow,
Rotary.
that's so
My
much more.
buddy can avoid it.
This joint's got an inside cherry. Joint's hot box in itself. Not good. That was a hot hit.
Hot hit.
I thought it was out a long time ago. The cherry's way back in here. That tipped out, but the middle's lit.
Right on.
I
Yeah.
think she was out a long time ago. That's good.
Bye.
Locked and loaded.
Fatty.
Cough to get off.
pH fat.
Man, I gotta check my blind dog. I'll be back.
I wish I could play this other video, but it would not let me.
That humidor game. It's really interesting.
Hi, Southern.
Not very big, but
That's not what she said.
I put some just laid some buds out on it on the seed. It's got cedar trays, and yeah, it brought these old buds back to life. Those kind of things.
Right on.
See if it brings up.
Oh, we're gonna smoke.
Are you full screening me?
Are you going to full screen?
I
Or I could. I was going to share this.
don't know what
I'll
to
show
do.
you what this thing looks like.
I don't know.
Right there. So you can set temperature and humidity, and it's the size of a mini fridge, and it goes down to 60% humidity. Seems to, seems to be okay. I can see if I put some like plants, some buds anyway, that just cut down, maybe trim the fan leaves off, even just like trimmed it as much as I could. Yeah, I'd have to be emptying some water from it. It's got this tray with water in the bottom. And got a bunch of little fans. Not too noisy, but you can hear it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and yeah, you see it's got this extended holiday return, free holiday returns until January 31st. That's pretty cool. But it seems to be working really nicely, so I like it. The seed is a nice smell, actually. I really like it. It's it's not seems okay with the bud. Seems yeah, I don't seems good. See how I like it though. But yeah, $300.
Everything's
Definitely. Yeah, there's what the tray looks like. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's it. But it's nice in Colorado to have a place. Like even like right now, it's just kind of like a
What the fuck just happened?
re. Was that?
Nothing good.
Your mic sounds better.
Yeah, your mic does sound better.
Sounds
But just
better.
having a place to rehumidify something that's like a little dry, and then like yeah, it brought something back to life. Anyway, it's kind of nice in Colorado.
Dude, I was
Check
on
it out though.
YouTube and there was no way to turn a video down. And then all of a sudden everything reset on my phone. I was like, what the fuck? Right, I'm gonna smoke one more. It's almost midnight here.
Oh, coming up on midnight already. Ooh. Yeah, it's only hitting 10 here.
Yeah, man.
I gotta tomorrow I'm gonna go downstairs and upload everything in big blocks. Try to get into flour ASAP. I got a lot of weed though. The Blu-ray Kush gave me a lot. When it was just me and Dion here, I had two nugs that weigh almost a half ounce each. And there's more of them all throughout that whole. I got a bunch of fucking jars.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna make some tincture. Basically like the RSO, I guess you may.
Someone want buy me a birthday present. I want hash bags.
Oh, which kind? You gotta tell the people.
The all mesh ones, 5 gallon.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have thought of the all mesh one.
those do look nice.
Yeah, I've never used them.
And
I just figure it's way harder for it to get dirty. There's a million spots, you know.
Yeah. That water gets through easier too, so that last few bags aren't so hard and full of water forever, and you have to like do a little dance with it to get the water out of it.
yeah, shake
The
it.
ones I
Yeah.
have now, I've let sit in alcohol. I've scrubbed them. It's just they just still like I'll put water through them, and
Huh.
they all just still are clogged up. It'll take a minute for it to drain. I got to kind of stretch it a little bit.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
old bags suck after a while.
One time it was interesting to like use some kind of magnifier and see what the mesh looks like. But it was good on me. I was checking out my sifting screens, but yeah, I was surprised the screen looked good.
Which one do you want?
It wasn't like fraying. Yeah, I think it was after I was using, because you know how like the plastic canopy, the netting, plastic netting will fray after a while. If you're using it for like more multiple runs, and you look at it, it's like, oh, there's like little hairs of it coming off.
Oh, nice. You got screens.
The problem is, I make dry sift, and my homies like I really like water hash better.
Oh, yeah. My favorite, too. Compared, I like them both, but
And then every time I try to like mold my dry sift, it's not the same.
Nah, but it's
yeah,
so easy,
you press
I
it.
know.
and you don't have to worry about it going moldy
Yeah, you just press
unless
some
you have
little
a.
patties, too. Make some little hash patties out of it, a little press, a little.
Well, I find if you really do
Yeah,
microplane it and you put it in the fridge for the first like day or two, it really helps it dry out quick.
I guess. Yeah, and you're out. You know, do it right. You're like wearing down Parkers, on the coldest day, and working as fast as you can.
Oh yeah, I trust me. I put water in a bucket. I let it sit for 10 minutes, and that I let that water melt, and then I put more water in it. Then I normally put the material in it.
It's good if with a freeze dryer, it's worth it. But I just think it's so much work without if you don't have that. And then I don't know, you get
I've had
moldy
some
a lot.
really, I've made some really good hash, and I've had it dry really good. As long as you keep it kind of cold, it looks all right.
If you smoke it right away, that's one thing you can do. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's supposed to last. That's
it's not that bad. If you have the right temperatures, you can make some really high quality stuff. I used to make it like right off the plant too, though. So like I was cutting stuff, throwing it into the bucket, and trying brand new shit all the time.
uh-huh. Like live doing it
Yeah,
live
I think
plant.
I think a little bit dried out is the best way to go. So like year-old stuff, super awesome for frickin' just making some great hash out of it, you know? But just I have stuff hanging up in the room still from the last 2 runs ago that I'm gonna turn into hash. But all the heads literally fall off almost instantly when it hits that cold water. Little agitation.
I also
Uh-huh.
put even though my stuff's dry that I'm gonna run into hash. The stuff I'm gonna put into hash, I put in the freezer before I put it into the bucket. So it sits in the
Yeah.
freezer for 4 or 5 days to get as cold as I possibly can, and then I put it in the freezing cold bucket as soon as I can. I try to stay as cold as I possibly can, but sometimes I go out in my shed during the winter and do it.
Nice. Yeah, outside used to be my favorite. It's the coldest place for me, anyways.
It's also easier to throw away like the extra water and shit. Just throw it outside.
Make a mess. Yeah, it's not hard to make a mess outside. It doesn't matter as much, you know. But, yeah.
I seen someone selling a BHO column for sale on like Facebook Marketplace.
That's awesome. Like
I
just
don't know, like
this the
that,
Pyrex cylinder only? Just the Pyrex cylinder or just like the
it
whole
was everything. It
or the whole
was
setup, like the one the closed loop system?
it had like yeah 3 legs, and it was a big stainless thing with some a
Yeah.
glass window and stainless
Nice.
on the. It was,
Did somebody call me?
What?
Like the guy with 3 legs.
Okay, that was awesome. I was trying to
yeah,
put it together.
I was like, dude, I wish I could buy that, but then I was like, if I buy that, I think I'll be on a list.
I don't know, you know. You just have somebody else buy the stuff for you to make it. You know, it's like you buy one, they buy the other. As long as you don't have no purchases of the BHO, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you could do CO2.
Yeah,
Isn't there a CO2?
yeah,
Uh,
critical, critical. That's the way to do that one. That was awesome. That used to make some good stuff back in the day. If the flower's clean, I mean, by all means do that. But like one that's you don't know if they're pesticides, CO2 bonds to pesticides easier. That was the scary part. So since I know the stuff's clean that I was using, I didn't care what I did. I was like, yeah, it's all good stuff.
I find the CO2 BHO tastes better too. On sometime,
You know, they're both
most of the time.
side by side. You almost couldn't tell the difference sometimes. Like be a nice sugar consistency almost because they want to whip it, but you wouldn't have to. You leave it in the shed for a day or two in the little glass containers and start sugaring up on you. It would look so beautiful. I miss some of that good stuff back then.
I guess most of the time I've tried the CO2. It's been in a cartridge also.
Yeah,
Yeah, most of the stuff I get is butane, but
a lot of cards.
you'll say the CO2 works better in the cartridges than live resin or something like that. Or it is live resin, but the CO2 live resin over BHO live resin.
BHO got a lot of flavor. I love the flavor in BHO. A lot of people hate on it, but they're not smoking it. I'm smoking it. Don't hate on what I smoke. Don't hate on what I smoke.
Don't tread on me.
Exactly. I like it. I don't mind. I like diamonds and sauce and all that stuff. I have a bunch of it in front of me.
Dude, this
I,
popper one.
I
It's
still
like
have I still have yet to try diamonds and sauce.
Oh, really?
Yeah, crazy. I haven't tried it yet.
I get them once
So
in
I
a
got
while.
this popper on, and it's like
I'll try a good one with some
funky fruity smell.
3 of them on a Wednesday. I give them to you on a discount. Good.
Hmm.
Yeah, I smelled this yesterday when he pulled it out, and I was like, "Damn, that stuff got some terps on it." He's like, "Oh yeah." I was like, "How much for 2 grams?" And he was like, $45. I was like, "Okay,
Oh fuck yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
not bad for a really chirpy BHO. Not bad."
Yeah, super good price.
Yeah.
I paid.
People. So if you find a good smelling one, yeah, gotta get it. All those chirps. Love it. Dang, I want to smoke this stuff. I gotta get the torch. Dang it.
I got these also. Like that.
Maybe open it. Child proof. Adult proof too. I can't.
Hash straw.
Hash straw. I got hash gummies somewhere around here.
What? That looks crazy.
Looks good.
They're really good. They hit hard too. They're 25 milligrams each, but the guy told me they're probably dosed a little higher than that. And he gives me at 500 milligrams for such a good price.
So,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, how do you spend so much money on stuff like that?
This is 10
That's free
bucks.
products. Yeah, that's good.
I'm trying to get rid of candy over here.
Yeah,
Almost
20,
fine.
25 buck grams. Yeah.
I take them before bed. One of those gummy worms.
I got a crazy deal for you.
That's a
Normally
pretty
when
big
I
container.
I'm going for the deals. And I know enough people that they give me good prices now. They're just like, "Oh, what up, homie?" They know I'm not buying a bunch, but I'll buy 4 or 5. I bought 10 cartridges the other day because my buddy wanted some. I had 2 friends that wanted them. And I smoke them on my. I knew I had a couple trips to take, so I ended up giving 5 away, and I had 5 for myself. And I'm actually just started my last one, and they're these ones. They're my buddy's company. This one is Red Runts. It's actual live resin.
Uh-huh. Like half gram,
No, they're full.
full gram.
That's some fire. Red runs. I like.
I haven't had red runs yet either. This is a T-Buck.
That's pretty nice.
I'll have to try it.
So does that use a solvent? Any kind of carrier?
No, this stuff's just pure, just live resin heated up.
Uh-huh. Terps, keep it liquid, flowing.
Nice.
Yeah, those are nice. How much are those?
I got a killer price.
Because those were something like that was like over 50 here last time I saw.
They're like 70, 80 here.
So normally
Yeah,
I'm paying
something
about
without a carrier.
Crazy.
So my buddy gave them to me for like 15 each. This last when I went to go see him in Maine.
These
But
are
it was an event. He had a whole bunch of this is like a product. They're about to make a bunch of new product. So they're just trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff at this event. And he was like, I'll give you the best deal right now.
Uh-huh.
I said, well, what? He said, I'll give them to you. I was like, okay. I was like, that works. I was like, I know it's helping you. That's a good price for me. That I know the cartridge is going to cost you a couple bucks. You know what I mean? The oil's going to cost you when you're making quantity $5 maybe, $3, $5 a gram.
Yeah,
So he
some
made
good
maybe a
BHO.
couple bucks off me. But normally I pay a lot more than that for actual live resin. I'm gonna start going to him so I can get that price all the time. He's just hard to get a hold of. He wants
I
to
love
sell me 100 at a time. And I was like, I don't need that, bro.
that, man.
I'm like, I really can't. Like, what am I gonna do with 100 of them?
Go middleman it. You just go middleman it. Fucking
I don't even know anyone that wants that.
55 a pop. 15 a pop.
My buddies only wants a couple at a time. So both all of them, they only want like one or two. They don't. They go through them. Like I go through a gram in a couple days a day. They go through a gram in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, no, some people don't smoke.
I'll go to a gram in
Hmm.
no time.
Oh, dude, I killed a gram in a day.
Yeah.
Good flavored one can get smoked too fast. Like oh, it's gone. It tastes so good. Like I didn't even know.
Yeah, when you have like five of them, you're like, oh, I got another one. Well, my last one, so I'm gonna milk it for a little bit.
Yeah, that's the stuff
These
you
ones are
run out.
pure ceramic, so um, I really like them. Glass and ceramic. There's no bullshit in them.
My gold watch.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy a bunch of stuff. Well, I guess I do. A lot of times I'm pooling money with people and we're all throwing down and it brings the price down enough where it's okay, you know? It's usually how it gets done. I actually think all the friends are going to the casino this Monday.
Yeah.
We're gonna celebrate my birthday.
That's right.
Nice
And we are gonna
birthday.
I'm gonna make them all throw down $100 on something and we're gonna have fun.
Um,
I don't know what we're gonna play yet. I haven't decided. I gotta see if I hope that I'm gonna try to get a host at the casino. because I really want my mom to come and stuff. And yeah, if she comes, it could become really fun. When my mom goes there, she has fun. It's awesome.
Hey, bud.
She doesn't even drink. She gambles though.
Hi, D.
What up?
What's
Yeah, bud.
happening, everyone? How's your Saturday night?
What go on, Brett John?
I'm about to go make some. I had some Korean barbecue chicken place, and it was like
Oh,
actual cut up breast and thighs into like boneless chicken. It was so good. I had a burrito
Did you,
earlier too.
did you have leftovers?
Yeah, I got a couple leftovers, and I got a couple dumplings in the fridge.
oh,
Like pork dumplings, like
Yeah,
Chinese style?
her name.
Yeah, those, I love those. It's
me
one of my,
too. They're one of my
well, when
favorites.
they're made good, when they're made good. How I got turned on to dumplings, back when I would be living for periods of time in New York City, I we lived in this. Oh, I don't really know the name. Well, maybe it was Chinatown, New York. There was this place
Oh,
called the House of Dumplings, and they specialized in dumplings. And yeah, I used to eat there a bunch of times, and their dumplings. I've never had dumplings as good as theirs, right? But since then, I've tried them almost wherever I go. Problem
So
around here is
yeah.
we don't really have like Chinese food restaurants anymore. Oh, there's this one brand called Chin's that's kind of good. It's a Chinese restaurant. Most of them are like either these stir fries where they cook it right there, or the buffet style where, yeah, no, like, oh, those are cheaper for sure. Cause yeah, you go to Chin's or Chinese place, oh, they charge up the ass. But yeah, I noticed over the years, used to be there wasn't so many of those buffets or the like stir fried. Uh, Stir fry's pretty good. Like they have a huge wok and they whatever you order, they just fucking throw it in there.
stir
But
fry's
the
good, but
reality is most of those places use like inferior ingredient
yeah, they're
where
probably more
Let's see.
a good
Chinese.
Chinese place, yeah,
Well, the
even the
juice.
snow peas or the carrot or vegetables, especially the meat, even the fucking white rice matters, dude. You buy the
Yeah, I
cheap
can
ass
bring you.
white rice, it's that's what it is.
I
What'd
could
you
bring you
call me?
to a good Vietnamese place, good Thai place, and I know a bunch of good Chinese and Japanese places. We have so many
Yeah.
restaurants.
Yeah, well, if I go up to LA, then they have Chinese, some more Chinese restaurants and stuff. But around San Diego, it like
That's so
got
crazy.
How
all
about
this
PF
stuff.
Chang?
Yeah, there's a few of those, but that's like that's always not
That's like
that good.
mall
Like
Chinese.
any kind of corporate chain
South
food,
Park.
the original place was probably bomb. That's how it got to that point. But once you become like a chain, the things you have to do to be profitable and run like a business, there goes the quality of food. That's just the formula in
Quite
that,
right.
right? Even this Chin's place, one of their best items for years. My wife didn't eat meat, only seafood, and they made a seafood hot and sour soup, which was so good. Like it had like a little shrimp, a little this, that. Uh, Yeah, now that it's this chain, no, they don't make the the seafood hot and sour, only the pork
Maybe
one, which is
we
I
got a
fine
place.
by me.
We got a place called Chopsticks that does the hibachi really good. Maybe
Even
I'll go
my
there for my birthday dinner.
even my other thing that I really like, and it's I don't even know anywhere to get it good around here anymore, is hot and sour soup. And the same thing when I lived on University in Berkeley in like 80s as a young kid, early 80s. Yeah, there was this Chinese place right there, and they made hot and sour soup. And back when I lived up there, the climate was always cold and rainy and foggy, and I was constantly coming down with like colds and flus. And anytime I like felt like I was coming down with something, I'd go to this place and order their bowl of hot and sour soup.
Okay.
And I can remember I don't eat that spicy stuff for the most part. I don't like no, but and it wasn't like that spicy that way. But when you eat their bowl of soup, like your brow would start sweating.
Oh yeah,
Like
you get runny nose.
right. And that was almost like a cold remedy or something. Like, yeah, that soup used to fucking kick the shit out of whatever funk I had a bunch of
So
time. But then, yeah, I always
Let's keep
try
talking.
sweet and sour soup. Then, like,
Uh,
you got to make that shit the right way for it to be good like that.
I would go to the Thai restaurant, and my buddy's parents owned it, and he's like, "Get crazy noodles," and I'm like, "What's that?" He's like, "It's basically stir fry with chicken, but it's kind of spicy." And I was like, "Oh yeah, bet." And that became one of my go-to meals always.
Well, unlike Chinese that's declined, I know of like so many different Thai places that, yeah, they're all a little bit different and good. Like, oh, they use better. You can tell they use like, I don't
Usually,
mind if you have to charge like 15 an item or whatever, seven, at least use like, well, I know this from my experience in the produce business and my brother's who's a chef. There's like the A product, the B product, C product, lower product, right?
no.
And a lot of restaurants, yeah, they use like the cheapest fucking shit, especially if you're putting it in a sauce or something. But yeah, that's what makes the difference, right? Like even beef with broccoli. Oh, if it's fucking good broccoli, right?
Mm.
It's some
Oh.
fucking day old bullshit that's limp. Like no amount of sauce is gonna fix that. But I've noticed over my life, at least in my area, it's harder and harder to find restaurants
Broccoli.
that operate that way. Like, yeah, it's they just the cost of being they got run out of business by the and if you're running a business, you got to make money, and that's the only way you can make money, right?
I tried this Indian dish and it's awesome. It's super spicy. I'm gonna get it again. Some in-house special dish that they have with
Well,
chicken.
in my town, Fallbrook, I had my regular Mexican restaurants that were good. But over here in Vista, right up the road here is this place called Rosa's. And I started going there the last couple of years pretty regularly. Like I could, if I'm going to go out, at least I know they're like really cooking the food and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in San Diego, so Mexican's kind of like a thing. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I started noticing. Well, right away, both the TVs are on Spanish channels, and pretty much 50% or more of the time I'm there, and there's a dining room, you eat there. Um, I'm the only white person in the place. Their menu is not English friendly. Like they didn't even
Yeah.
try to like make it that way. And then I realized, yeah, no wonder it's so good. It's all the Mexicans or the Spanish people, Latino people eat there. Yeah. Every once in a while, there's a few people like that aren't Latino that show up in
Mhm.
there because, people know good food. But like,
See,
you go to a lot of the Mexican places that are pretty good, and then you don't see any of the Latino people eating there, right? Yeah,
right.
that's
Mexican
like a
places,
sign.
And it was like I bet they barely even spoke. Like I could barely even talk to them.
Hola, señor, ¿cómo
They were
está?
crazy. I got the best burrito though. That those are the best places to get Mexican. Sometimes I find food trucks are really good for like ethnic foods,
Yeah.
different ethnic
Well,
food.
Yeah.
around North County, my area, maybe
Just
they
gotta
have a
make sure
ban.
the dog's
There's
on.
not like that thing where there's, oh, over in this one part of town, all the food trucks park, right? I think down in San Diego, there's a couple places like that. LA, for sure, there's places like that. That, yeah, at this point, if you're going to be profitable and serve like good quality shit, well, then the overhead of a brick and mortar building and having a restaurant. So like some guys that are capable of having restaurants and are good chefs, they've chosen to just do it on a food truck because it's the only way to make money. That's like a trended food.
Well, there's
So
this
there's a
guy. Here's a perfect example of that. Here's a guy that had a food truck in India. He started, and then it was illegal to have this food truck, certain food trucks. So he opened brick and mortar. Now he's like doing major business because everybody loves the guy's food. It's awesome. Wait, did I miss the speed beagle? Hello? Is anybody there?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, we heard it. Yeah. No, I don't know. I was thinking about the hot dog cart. Like, oh, what happened to that? That was like the smallest thing. Like, there's always a guy walking around with a cooler, like after bars close and stuff with like tamales or something in the cooler. You know, the kind of
There's
like
a Mexican.
at a dead show. But
Sorry, my dog
other
was
than
being
that,
a dick. My dog's so annoying. Dogs sometimes they just know they're making you mad. They're like, I'm gonna piss them off today.
so you got some dogs barking.
No, my little one was like, I went in there, didn't want to go out, so I was like, all right, go to bed. And then he comes to the gate, and I'm like, okay, what? And he's like, all right, I gotta go out now. I'm like, oh, you motherfucker, you better go out. But at least he
oh,
peed because sometimes he'll just go stand there because he wants me to give him a treat.
at events out here, they have like armies of them. Like there's so many of them that even they stop trying to, like the cops just accept it because they come deep. They're basically like this push cart where they're using sterno and an upside down cookie sheet. And
Oh,
then
to cook hot
when
dogs?
and then they how what really lures you into saying, sure, I've got to have one of those things when you leave a show
There's
is that
bacon on there.
they're grilling onions and bacon also on there. They have like a pile of that, or the things are wrapped. And like the smell is like oh, and yeah, they just line up deep. There's so many of them. Well, I saw a story on the news that actually it's like
They're all different.
it's controlled by like a gang, like a car, like there's like a whole thing, and they all pay to the whatever, and they're they're always Latino, but I don't think they're Mexican. I think they're like Salvadorian or one of the other countries. That yeah, there's guys, there's girls, they all have their cart, and oh, whether it's a club, uh, event, anywhere, and they don't have a license or anything. You know, you're not allowed to just sell food like that. But that's a big thing. They do pretty well because when you leave an event and you smell bacon and fucking grilled onions and shit, it's a selling point for sure.
Outside like a Red Sox game is like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've noticed they don't even try to like a couple times they set up where the reason that there's like a backlog of people trying to leave the place is because all these carts are like, in the space that thousands of people are trying to use to get out. That's like part of their tactics. They just like they don't, yeah, they go right where people are leaving. But their
dude, I went to
tactic is
go.
like, oh, if it was only a couple of them, oh, it'd be easy to shoo them away. Oh, if they go so deep, I one thing I learned about crowds during Grateful Dead tour years was the power in numbers. Like how
Oh
we
yeah,
used to get away with a lot of shit was, yeah,
dude, I went to a
if
hot dog.
enough people are all doing the same thing, breaking some rule or whatever, oh, there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, that's how a protest normally works too. If there's enough people there, they're just gonna.
Yeah.
But
Well, the police have, with their military tactics and, over the years, oh, they've learned how to like counter that. Like one at events in LA, and I asked the sergeant guy one after this one show where he during the show I was smoking a cigarette and he was standing there. Yeah, they have like the sirens in the cars that they drive around the lot when it's finally time to break up the crowd aren't the normal sirens that they use when they're in pursuit or on the street. It's like the same sound, but but it's it's at some higher decibel, or like they have the car equipped with like, oh, it's noise, like they're using the noise
noise
as a
deterrent.
tactic, right? And oh, they never used to do that shit. Like, oh, they would be on the bullhorn or say shit, but it was just at normal volume. Now, like the one thing, like at the forum or these shows, oh, it's a raging fucking party in the lot. They let it go for like 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes, and then they start driving around with this like noise deterrent. And like literally, that's the most effective thing. You can see that like people just like, especially if you're high after a show and just trying to get buzzed and all. And these are spots where you pay like $50 or more to park, and that they they have tried to sell as much alcohol or beer as they can to the patrons. Like I've always thought, yeah, shouldn't you let people fucking like go back to their cars and like, cool down
Right.
before they fucking drive out? Which,
I went to a hot dog stand the other day. I'm gonna get out of here right after this. I want to say it before I go. Right, I walk up. It's like voted really good. I think even Phantom Gourmet's been there. And I walk up and I'm like, "How much is a hot dog?" There's no prices on the menu. This is in Boston, and they're like $19. And I'm like, "Wait, what?
Holy fuck.
Is that for one?" I literally look up. I'm like, "Is that for one?" They're like, "Yeah." And then as they look at my homie that I'm with and his girl, and I'm like, "Did you hear that?" And he's like, "Yeah, hold on." And he says it, and then they're like, "Oh," and we start walking away. They're like, "Oh, for two." Like they changed the menu on us. We're like, "Wait, what?"
Huh,
Like you're just trying to rip us off. Like that's crazy.
that's nuts.
well, street vendors, that's part, there's
Yeah,
anything
but
goes.
I don't know. I don't think you should have like high
No,
pre.
I mean that's not a good way to do business. But
It was so weird, and it wasn't even the best hot. Like it didn't even look like the best hot dog. And I was like, I just want like a plain hot dog, maybe some cheese on it.
well,
I
yeah,
don't think.
hot dog, like anything over $10 would be highway robbery. Fuck, right?
Yeah,
Like,
$10 if I'm getting a chili dog, maybe.
Oh, those
yeah,
wagyu dogs.
like the
Wagyu dogs are fire. Those ones are
Yeah.
fire.
Wagyu. I used to only like Hebrew National Nathan's and these like higher priced hot dogs. And then I, I don't buy hot dogs or eat them often, but yeah, a few years ago, I was like, those ones are too good. I don't, I like the one that says it has pork, everything mixed in it that I grew up on those as kids, and like that's the hot dog I crave when like every so often I'll like feel like hot dogs. Like I realized I don't like the all beef good hot dog. I like the one with fucking whatever part mixed in it.
Yeah, I grew up with Fenway
Yeah,
Franks.
the Farmer John or whatever the fuck. Yeah, you know.
All right, guys. I'm out of here. Have a good night. Be safe.
Okay. Later, Smash.
I mean, sometimes if you like, like hot dogs are pretty much that. Like, I mean, the bratwurst or like sausage is at least an upgrade, but like hot dogs,
With sauce.
I guess they call them glizzies. Somehow, Wax Face, who's like the grower at Jungle Boys, he posted this thing today. It was this hot dog grill that was super fucking hot. And when you rolled the hot dog, it was like the the grill was like razors. So it like sliced it in like the spiral, right? Which then also like made it like as it was almost done. Yeah, I was like, sometimes I used to make little cuts in the hot dog to sort of like that. But this was this grill that like, if you rolled the hot dog, it like sliced it open, like in these like maybe quarter inch or a little bigger, right? It was mostly sliced open. I was like, that thing was cool.
I don't know, Bud, if you remember this, but back in the day, like in the 1950s or whatever, they used to have a hot dog thing. To cook a hot dog, it's basically sticking two probes in each end, like a battery or whatever, and but you
Well,
plug it
that's
in.
kind of like if you microwave them, they just go plop. Like,
It's
yeah.
crazy. It's back from way.
Now,
Yeah, it was
now as
crazy.
far as like carts, back to like,
Aliens
oh,
did.
I remember when I used to roam the streets in New York City. Yeah, there were these hot dog carts that, yeah, those were fucking good. Like, whatever the dog was always crunchy and something about it. The bun was steamed. I don't know. Like they were just, they used to boil them. They didn't like warm them up on a fucking cookie sheet.
I want a hot dog now. Damn it.
Well, like a few years ago, like it took me months for it finally dawned on me that when all these people kept saying glizzy, I didn't like that wasn't part of my. But when I was a kid, we didn't call hot dogs glizzies. I was, what the fuck is a glizzy? And then like when I finally figured out, oh, it's a hot dog. Glizzy somehow isn't sound very appealing. I guess
No,
hot dogs aren't supposed
it sounds inappropriate. Or
Mhm.
glizzy.
Yeah.
Way
Like I'll have a hot dog, but save me on the glizzy.
Exactly. I still ask for like, if I'm gonna have a hot dog, not a glizzy. It's just wrong. Oh, my spider alarm.
Like, would that come out of a rap song? Where's the heritage of like what city or where that it started somewhere at some point?
Don't even know. Kind of
I
glad I
want
don't.
a hot dog. I know it's Bud Kilowatt. It's everybody's fault in here. They're talking about hot dogs.
Well, wait, we were talking about all kinds of food. I think Smash started it. He was talking about a
Yeah, it's
$19 fucking hot dog from a cart.
That's
I
just
stand
funny.
corrected. It's Smash's fault. Yep.
Now, like my
Fucking crap.
relationship with hot dogs goes way back. I lived in concert venues for years, and especially back then, there was like they sold hot dogs, popcorn, soda, and beer. And like, wait, was there anything else? No. Like almost every venue across our country sold hot dogs. And sometimes you'd be just starving to death in the middle of a show. And like all you could buy was a fucking hot dog. Right. And oh yeah, that's why I don't eat them often, mainly because yeah, it was always a thing like, yeah, you're tripping or whatever you're doing, but you got to put something in your stomach because whatever. And all there'd be is a hot dog. Like sometimes you'd say, oh, wait, I'll wait for the grilled cheese or the veggie burritos or like when I was younger, I used to eat some of the food in the lot. As I'm older and like have a better understanding of dirty hands and people selling shit in the parking lot, I would never like eat
Yeah.
uh fucking veggie, whatever. The deadheads used to always come up with things to sell food wise. Like back on tour in the earliest 80s when weed was just a whole different thing. Deadheads would make these things called goo balls, right? And like good looking chicks would walk around with a box with like a real cardboard box with a sign because they were like edibles. Like goo balls were weed leaf or whatever the fuck they had at the time. And yeah, I forget what they mixed together. You go to the store and buy blah, 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 and then make this shit and roll them into these goo balls and sell them at the show. Yeah, those were fucking nasty as fuck. Like today, I'm a little more picky on what I'd eat. Back then, you were in the midst of the lot, so like you it wasn't like I was that way then. So that's how I know some of these things. But then today, I'd be like, oh God, that's nasty, dude. It was like uncooked, but it was something that your stomach expected it to be cooked. Like that's the goo ball part. Cause like, oh, you didn't have an oven or anything to bake it with. So you made it like with, yeah. Sometimes they'd have like seeds in it and like try to be healthy. They were called goo balls. But they all were, not all of them, but they were edibles. Like they had weed in it. Before edibles was like a thing, like it is today. Deadheads were like ahead of the fucking curve because this is like in 81 and 82, 83. That's when I saw all this shit. One time at this festival on the hog farm, that's Wavy Gravy's in the pranksters commune, like in the like mid 90s. Me and my friend Scott were up there. It was like a 3-day festival, and there was these people that were vending food, and they had breakfast, lunch, dinner items, and all of it was like super infused. They were like growers. I don't know how much fucking trim or whatever they had, a ton of it. So in the morning, if you got like the pancakes, the syrup was like medicated, really strong.
That's crazy.
The one night
I
I
get fish.
remember like we had a tent and
Jesus.
and the show was over and we were fucking hungry and whatever it was, $5 a plate, and it was like Alfredo, right? Except wait, no. It was that pesto pasta. Except the pesto was just fucking weed, right? It wasn't basil. Maybe it had a little for flavor. And I remember getting this plate and headed, like went in the tent and was like laying down and eating it. And next thing you know, I woke up in the morning with like this huge plate because like, yeah, they gave big portions where I'd only eaten like a small portion of it, but was so strong that it like straight knocked. This is one of the like reasons I don't fuck with edible because over my life, I've had a few edibles. My wife used to go crazy too and make them so fucking strong and knock out a horse, right? That yeah, I've had these experiences where I've like gotten so fucking zonked and even that took like days and days to wear off. In the 80s when we had bricks of blonde Lebanese hash, they came in cloth bags. They were like kilos, right? We lived up in Marin in between tours, and I forget where girls were hanging out, but yeah, they made a batch of brownies. But basically, they took, I don't know how much hash, enough that the whole top part of the brownie was like this crust, but it was because they basically sprinkled chunks of this hash on top, like ounces and ounces in one little square brownie. And and I ate a brownie for the next like 3, 4 days. I had this in quite I had the munchies so bad that I couldn't stop eating, right? And like I could tell that food was all the way up to my fucking esophagus or whatever. It was like up to my throat, and I was still trying to eat more because I couldn't stop eating, right? To where, oh, that fucked me up because like I was ate everything in sight for like 3 days after eating this brownie. So I've had these experiences where I'm like, yeah, I'm cool when it comes to edibles. Like I'd probably enjoy like a properly dosed edible, like the high and all that. But way back when, before we 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 had like measurements or anything like that, even that blonde Lebanese hash wasn't all that. That there was like back then you could get like this darker hashes, the Moroccan or oh those were the good hash. This blonde hash, it was pretty plentiful, and it was all right. Like it was hash, like import hash, like in the 80s and late 70s, 80s, before there was green bud revolution, really. Yeah, there was import hash you could buy that was legit. Um, and all kinds of, good. Not all commercial weed was just like bricked up Mexican bullshit. There was all, there was, it had seeds and stems. Compared to today, it would be what and it was always like, you could tell it went through some shit getting smuggled into the country. Like it never was like, oh, it's just bags of weed that's not compacted. But some of that shit, I wish I had samples of that. Like just to, yeah, because one, I was still in my teens or earliest 20s. Yeah, some of that shit got me really fucking high and stoned, like ways that even the best weed today doesn't do that. Now that could be because I've been smoking weed every day of my life for fucking almost 50 years, and I have like a high tap. No, no, some of those weeds were really like stony in different ways that I don't see today. Now, a lot of that shit was kind of bunk too. Like it wasn't always sometimes if you had like a brick of that shit and you'd peel it apart, it would just be one or two buds in there that were like some spectacular shit mixed in with a bunch of other shit. And you could see that, oh yeah, they had all these plants. They just packed it together. Some were seedier than others, some was tastier than others. So, like it wasn't always consistent. You never knew what you'd find. Like I used to help uh break up these like they were these huge monster pricks. You would sometimes we'd use a fucking saw to break up into like smaller amounts. It was these compact Mexican stuff. And you would find like dead birds in the middle of it, like weird shit. Like you wouldn't even know what it was,
What the fuck?
right? Yeah, because these were like, I don't know, 100-pound fucking bricks that used to come over from Mexico. My one friend, and then we would like have to like somehow break this shit apart and turn it into like units or like
Oh,
5-pound blocks of like
God. Nothing in here for me either. I'm fucking hungry.
the one thing like that's sad about like where weed is today, because like for my whole life, even back when it was the commercial weed, the guy that had access to the 100-pound thing got it for this price and added like basically a fair profit. And then that left room for the next guy to add. And then as like there was like a steps to like almost all products, but we're talking about weed. And so like everybody that had a role in it all made a fair amount, made something. And so many years ago when the legalization thing and all the whole thing changed, that's the first thing that went away. Right? Like ultimately, yeah, there's no middle, there's no like that anymore. That's what went away, which ultimately, like, that was like one of the best things for people economically and just, you know, I got a couple diehards that are like my custies that still like are in the middle, but a few that that had done that for decades. It's slow, like things slowly changed to where, oh, they just now they still come around just to get like they buy one for themselves or whatever. Where they used to get X amount, because then if they sold that, then theirs would be free. That was a lot of people's motivation. Was like, oh, I if I get 4 of them and I sell 3 of them, mine's free. That was like a solid, like that didn't hurt anybody. That was good for everybody. Yeah, that shit went away. That's what I miss. Like, especially here in California. Like, yeah, that all that went away. There's a few diehards and stuff, but yeah.
Hey, bud. Good listening to you. I had to get some food. You guys got me hungry. And I
You
took
know
care
what
of
I've
dishes
noticed?
too.
That's what I'm looking for right now.
Maybe by mentioning him, he'll pop
I
up.
never love people listening.
But I
What's that?
used to like CJ5 like daily. And then like it's been a bunch of days. How it came to me is my buddy the ranch posted some really good shots of finished weed from his genetics. And yeah, he's whatever sub. Well, J5 sent him those pictures. He grew those items.
135.
but
He's in
like I
chat a
haven't
lot.
seen. Yeah, well, I see him when he's in chat.
Different
I
shows.
haven't I haven't seen him in a few days. I'm sure he's just busy harvesting or whatever.
I saw he was on a show.
I think I seen
I'm
him
sure
on a
he'll
show
pop up.
chat earlier this morning. I seen him.
Yeah, he's all over the place. He might actually be AI.
Uh,
He's
Yeah.
done too much.
Like a year ago, I remember listening to all these stories and all this AI, blah, 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 noise. And now there's whatever period of time, I get, okay, it's evolving at some level, but it's not like, I don't know, like even the music that it creates, like some people make these, I'm like, I made a comment in this Guerrero show, like, 'cause he was making songs with it for different guests. Yeah, because I know musicians, artists were threatened by it. And like, not when I hear it, the shit that it creates, I'm like, no musician should be threatened by that garbage. That isn't
Yeah.
fucking music,
That was the
right?
prompt. That's the prompts the person's putting. So like I heard a
Well,
country
that
song.
too. But
I heard a
also,
country,
I
I
imagine
heard
that
a
it
great
has
country
the
song.
algorithm of like
Yeah.
all known chord progressions and what's considered other people's music. So I noticed that, like, yeah, like there's not much left for it to draw on. So like even when there's chord progressions or whatever, yeah, they're like,
anyway.
yeah, those weren't ever played because those are awful. Like that's part of the thing you realize with the algorithm, where they like the algorithm knows the math of the song. That's how it can like pick up that, oh, you're playing these songs that are not owned by you, right? Um, yeah, that makes it like one of the reasons I don't think there's a lot of good new songs and music that come out is because it's all been like there's not much where you can go, like where it's original. You know what I mean? Like,
Those are always the ones that make them a hits when they make a cover. Like, oh,
I
then they better
do.
make
yeah,
songs after that cover because if they don't, they're just only known for that one hit after it. It wasn't even their song. That's what always sucks.
yeah.
It's like, oh,
By by being into Billy Strings, he plays a lot of weird obscure things, and he gives credit to the people. Where like one of my favorite songs is this song he did it last night. He doesn't do it that often. Called Lumpy Beanpole and Dirt, and it's some song. This guy called and his band's called The Liver. Like, oh, it pulls up on Instagram's thing. It's like it was his one hit wonder in 19 whatever, Lumpy Beanpole, whatever. He plays this other song called Slewfoot, and that's written by this other guy that like, yeah, just wrote an odd song that became something. Uh yeah, that's kind of what's missing because like there's not too much room for that kind of or the whole way the system works I mean, I guess in hip hop rap it's a whole different thing, but in like, you know, regular music or what I would call real music, yeah, like there ain't much left, man. They like the rock and roll era, like they there's so much of it for like the years that it was the thing that there's not much left. Like, yeah, tonight was this fucking hoedown in Alabama. Billy played. Alabama doesn't get many shows, period. Like over the years, like even the Grateful Dead, I think, went there like once, right? Like a lot of states, there's a lot of shows. Alabama, not so many. But that doesn't mean there ain't people there and they love music. And Billy's played there over the years. This time, 2 nights, pretty big amphitheater. And yeah, like it's almost like, oh, there's destinations I want to see Billy Strings in Michigan. That's his hometown or his home state, and the South. But over the years, I'm thinking, yeah, if you really want to experience like a certain crowd and like the real hillbilly fucking redneck, yeah, you go to a couple shows in Alabama. That would be a experience, because like one thing I only seen him on the West Coast in California, where there's that flavor, like California Billy Strings. Oh, Billy Strings in Nashville or Billy Strings in Michigan or Alabama. Oh, it takes on the crowd takes on what goes down. And yeah, fucking Alabama was fucking epic.
You got a pretty mouth, boy.
Well, even to this day, I mean, well, wait, they got Mobile, Alabama. They got uh wait, what's the other couple big cities? Alabama, yeah, they like I say, like there's not when you look at bands that tour every city, yeah, you hardly ever see shows in Alabama. But I've noticed over the years, oh, when there's a good show that goes there, oh, yeah, there's a lot of enthusiasm. Those people really appreciate having that there because, like, I'm spoiled living around here. There's everybody plays here. I didn't make it up on Thursday, which I should have because my friend had an extra forum pass, but at the LA Forum, there was this benefit. It wasn't a benefit. It was a tribute to Robbie Robinson. He was the guitar player and songwriter mainly for the band way back, and he's passed on. But like it had Clapton, Warren, Trey, Bobby, uh, every artist, like each did a little segment where it was scheduled for 2 sets and supposed to end at 10:45. They ended up playing 4 sets and didn't end till 12:30. Like that's rare. That meant whoever was the promoter coughed up the money for the extra time because you have to pay all the employees, even the cops in the lot when I was talking earlier. Yeah, that's all about like they're being charged, the city's charging the venue for the police. Like it's all money. Like it comes down to that. And ultimately, every hour somebody works, even most people that are like ushers and concession people at a venue, they're part-time employees that then only supposed to work these amount of hours. And if they go over that hour, and then they got to pay them overtime or whatever the fuck, it complicates things. And so a lot of like where venues pretty much have hard ass curfews and don't budge on it, which a lot of venues are that way. They'll straight, if the band isn't fucking ending when they say, they'll just shut the fucking power off. They ain't fucking around. Right. And the fees you pay, the penalties are like astronomical. It's not even uh a negotiable thing. Some venues, oh, it's a little more reasonable and but trust me, if you go longer than what you like, it was supposed to end at 11 and you're still going at 11:30, you're paying. Somebody's paying. Back when there used to be the greatest promoter ever, Bill Graham. Like there's many stories about like things were different back then. I mean, even tickets were like $6.50 or whatever. But it was known that he like would oversell venues or do these like things outside of the system and then have like a lunch baggie, paper baggie with money in it the night of the show. And then he just used that money to bribe whatever you had to do to be able to play later or whatever. Like back then, it was just simpler than today. Because today, like my friend that manages Warren and stuff, Fred, when he invites me to shows, there's this one point in the second set. What does he call it? Where they like him and the venue, and it's like, oh, the office has to clear, everyone has to clear because they still deal with fucking cash, right? Where the venue comes in and then it's called the but yeah, where you think you were getting paid this much, they're going to deduct, oh well, the catering costs this amount and the driver costs this amount, and the chargeback, right? And a lot of times you have to like, yeah, if you let them get away with it, they'll like put shit in there, and oh, you have to give them a percentage of the uh, t-shirt sales or poster sales. There's all this shit, right? And some venues are straight up, some are like fucking notorious for like trying to fuck you. But yeah, that's like yeah, he earns his money dealing with that because it's when it comes to money, it's never fucking straightforward. That's just the way the world is today. Even when I was when they first started making all these events and everything cashless, I remember talking to Fred, who yeah, he's even before he became the manager and stuff, for years he was uh t-shirts and posters and shit for the Grateful Dead, all these huge acts. Um yeah, he pointed out like I hadn't thought about it before, but like when you're out on tour and you're selling 50, 60, maybe more $1,000 cash of uh t-shirts and posters, all that bullshit, it costs like a certain amount of money to like have money. Like they're a target. Like it's known, like over the years, you know, people would set up robberies and rob tours because they knew they had all this money. So to prevent that, they have to like schedule uh what do you call it, brinks, like armored fucking money pickups at like weird hours at venues after the show to like not have to carry all this cash. And then you have to have security. And then even the people that you have work for you, there's all this leakage that's just part of cash, which like he was pointing out, yeah, now that it's cashless, yeah, we don't have any of those problems. The inventory, the whole thing is ties up perfect every night. We don't have to spend any money managing the money. Like that's the thing today. Like, yeah, having money, it makes you like a fucking target, dude. Most businesses like try not to have any money. Well, Let me go see how the rooms are doing. I guess tonight would be the third night with the new AC installed functioning. But I've had to read this manual and yeah, there was like a setting that had this timer where it shut it off. Finally figured that out, and yeah. Yeah, it took me 3 runs to actually get this LED to perform right. Like I had it way too high the first couple of ones, and now that it's like barely way less than a foot above the canopy. Holy shit, it came out good.
Yeah, man.
Now,
Really good.
I feel kind of stupid about that because I've been on YouTube listening to the LED revolution and all the different talk and light talk over the last few years that I knew that they run much lower. You don't have them like 2-3 feet above. But somehow it took me a couple runs to
Looks awesome, bud.
Yeah, they look awesome.
yeah,
The
this
bud
is
looks
cheetah
awesome.
piss, which that's the other thing.
Far out,
This
man.
this is like the third run on the
Huge.
tray with this LED. The first 2 were strains like Sherb Crasher, which did good. Even why I might not have figured out the light thing was, yeah, they were strains that I was growing for the first time. Where all of a sudden this run, I realized I've been growing cheetah piss for like 3 years. I know exactly how it grows and what it should look like and smell like, everything. That, yeah, I don't know from the beginning why I didn't set this tray the first few times with the known variety where I could learn, I figure it out. Because it's different. Like even the terps are slightly different. Because yeah, I have cheetah piss. I have like 2 whole trays of cheetah piss under double ended. Oh, and it's not shabby. It's just different. Personally, I'm not like so sold on the LED. I mean, there's certain, yeah, the heat or HPS. Some of it might be that I've grown with those for like 30 some years, and I'm partial to, I don't know, change. Yeah, everybody's different with it. I know there's a saying that I think fits me. It's called, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And that's not fully true, but for me it is. Yeah, the leaves on the LED as it's finished, the buds, there's a tinge of purple, but on LED, the leaves, this tray's basically done the 20, the 65 days. That's tomorrow. Yeah, the leaves as they finish got like dark purple black. Where if I go over to the double ended, less so. So they're like different. This one, the leaves are still green. I don't know if you can see in the camera. I know HDS lighting. But this room, I think we're on our like 8th month since we changed the bulbs. And yeah, we're changing the bulb for the next round. Like usually how you find out it's time to change bulbs, unless you just do it preventatively, is yeah, they don't get as fat. Oh, it grows crusty as fuck and dense and it's not like it comes out largy or anything. But you know, they don't somehow when the bulbs reach the end, yeah, you see it in your like girth. Your buds aren't as fat. And this plant right here, it's the seeds I made a few years ago called Pancakes Wilson. And my friend crossed it into Starburst 36. And I guess it must be the Starburst 36 that I smell. It's only like 4 weeks in, so you can just barely get some smell off the bud. Oh yeah, there it is. Just taking the sweep off. Yeah, it's unique. Or it might not be unique, but I've only smoked Starburst rosin, so I don't really know how the plant smells and whatnot. But yeah, this plant smells really good. So I might have something that I most of the time with seeds, they don't fit all the criteria like yield, timing, all the factors, and they don't get put into production. Not that they aren't good, but they don't fit all the. Mainly, like one of the more important things is like, oh, they finish in less than 65 days. If they take longer than that, it creates a problem at this place. Which, oh, we're putting one room on 85 days and the other room on 65 days because this other strains we got take longer. The mule fuel, and we got Donnie Burger back, the GMO, and this garlic banana. It's a GMO crossed into banana. Yeah, I've run it twice and cut it down to 65 days. Oh, I see the potential of it, but it's obvious that it needs it's a longer strain. It's like, yeah, GMOs are longer strains. So yeah, I guess we're gonna do this one room longer, which changes all the timings, and eventually they'll be on top of each other. But yeah, if you want to grow some different things that take longer, that's what you got to do. And these are the mule fuels, which these clones were actually rooted a few days before all the other ones. I don't know if it really shows, but like these plants are like double the size and have been topped already and taken off, where these ones are kind of slower veg.
They're like Democrat weed, mule fuel.
It's a thug pug.
I'm just joking.
I pulled it up. I
Joking.
guess he has some like male that he uses in a lot of his stuff. I forget the name of it, but it's kind of like unknown.
Always,
Like,
it's probably some kind of chem dog of some sort, or a Mindo breath or something, huh? He used to use Mindo breath.
no, it's more. It's supposed to be a gassy fucking OG thing. I don't know, right?
I don't know.
My
The guy
my friend
it's,
Warren Haynes, his band is called Government Mule, and I've been a huge fan and friends with Warren for
yeah, I
ever.
guess the horse though. Yeah,
So mule fuel sounds like something that
gonna kick you hard. You smoke it.
yeah, but what like is it a name of play like on something that's already existing, or is it a just made up name?
well it
Because
green
you are.
fingers or somebody could pull it up. I pulled it up.
I'm gonna
Okay,
type it
it's a
in.
cross between this one male that has a weird name, I think with an L, that he uses. It's like part of his
Oh, it says cross between lurch and GMO cookies.
lurch. Okay,
Okay.
lurch and GMO cookies. Okay, so GMO,
Pretty
GMO.
damn good. Probably pretty damn
One
good.
thing, GMO stretches pretty much. I've learned that. And yeah, GMO is not like a 60-day. Oh,
No,
it can kind of be looked
14
done
weeks.
then, but yeah, it's a longer one. And
Yeah.
so, but in today's business, it's not like,
Nobody's doing that.
okay,
They're cutting it
am I
early.
gonna tell the customer,
Well, no,
oh,
they're doing
this one costs like $100 more P because it took that much more time, which costs that much more energy, that costs like
no, but
no.
they're cutting it early for one, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then on top of it, because they're cutting it earlier, their THC numbers are kind of false, right? It shows higher numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, because even when I grew a few, we only grew a few of this garlic
It
butter
is that.
strain. I pretty much could tell the first time we took it down, oh, this strain needs more time. But when you have a room,
No, I hear it.
you
I hear it.
can't
I hear
just
it.
leave a
Yeah, I
couple
hear.
of
I hear it,
plants.
buddy.
Like, oh, we could have taken it out of the trellis carefully, put it off to the side in the other room or something like that. That isn't gonna, like, that's gonna disrupt it. It's not like like, oh, I guess it might. No, that's not even possible. That's not what we do.
Like I worked at this large facility a couple years back, and one of the rooms had GMO in it, and it didn't matter like what strain it was. Like, I mean, this place had probably over 40 rooms, right? It's fucking big, right? And it didn't matter what strain it was. They all got cut at 9 weeks.
Yeah,
like that's
I mean, once
how
you're running
they had a
rooms,
production cycle. They had a production cycle, and they had stuff scheduled months in advance to be in those rooms on certain days.
now
So
at my spot that I shut down last year, I used to have multiple trays in a room, but I would set each tray like a week or so apart. And so there, it was like, yeah, you could get away with that. But
these guys
when you
normally
set
do
the whole room, then, you know.
no, the whole room would be one strain, sometimes two, but typically only one. And these rolling benches that are as long as the room, and then they come out. So there's like the pretty much your whole room minus like maybe 4 or 5 feet on each side. There's like tables, like fucking
Yeah.
And I don't know, like I think like we spoke about this before, but like they have some really killer buds that come out of that, but it's not the whole thing. It's very few, right? It's like there's only so much craft, like you said. And
well,
it's even amazing they even get that level of some of the stuff they even get that level out of those rooms, because it's just like I said, production.
Even in just the reality of like my reality, like, oh, to bring in different things, which we have to eliminate other things, right? So we already pretty much eliminated great guess, right?
Well, anything
That's-
that's 10 weeks, all the good weed. That's 10
Even
weeks.
though yeah, I'm fighting against it, and I actually had like a single plant that I had like off to the side, but Sam, he spotted it and fucking pulled it out. And these are the last 4 moms of apples and bananas. Where we're out of the ones we're letting apples and bananas go. Mainly, not that it isn't this killer weed that the trimmers have bitched about the extra amount of effort they have to put into trimming it.
Is it larvae even
And
when
so that
you leaf pull? Is it larvae?
takes extra, like the cheetah piston flaps, like kind of almost trim themselves. I don't, you know what I mean? Like some
Yeah.
strains
Yeah,
take
some strains are
extra.
5-minute trim, and some strains
Yeah,
are
exactly. And
tedious.
since we like had to lower the cost per pound that we pay trimmers and change those methods, these are factors you have to consider, right? And these are things that the changes in the cannabis thing. Yeah, like I can remember years and years ago where, yeah, the profit ratio, all the different things that made it that these type of things were not part of your thought process. You didn't have to, think, oh, this is going to be like 2-3 more weeks. That's this much more energy. Or, oh, this one takes more to trim. And they are pointing out that, oh, yeah, maybe we should make more on this one. Right.
Did your Larry
and
survive?
I'm sure at a bigger, yeah, I still have Larry right here. These are my Larry mom and I-95, even though, yeah, they're not going to be able to like be in like full production, but they're good enough smokes that having a few of them in the one room. See, one room has way more trays and then has the ability to have a few of this or that in there, where the other room only has 4 trays and is run 1 tray of each kind, period. Like, because otherwise, yeah, it having, but see, like these I-95s, this room's pretty much done. Those are I-95 right there. They like yellowed out and the leaves died off. There's some over there where the other strains that are like dialed in.
Hilarious.
Like
You see
some of
this
the-
guy wrote in chat, this CTC. He said Alabama has cities without running water with over 10,000 people live, and they walk miles with a bucket. That would, is that true? That sounds insane.
Well, that seems, but I don't know about 10,000 people without running water. But like, I know, I don't know, but I just get the sense Alabama is like, yeah, I mean, there's Georgia and there's the Carolinas and there's all these states, but like Alabama seems like it's its own, like, yeah.
I mean, I went there when I was a little kid. I went through it. I used to live kind of real close to it in Louisiana, in New Orleans, but it's, just seemed like a poor place. But they didn't seem like archaic. Just seemed like poor.
When it comes to college football, isn't like, I don't know if it's still that way, but their team, what, the Crimson Tide or whatever, they're badass.
But
I'm
sure there's some really nice, wealthy areas, and I'm sure there's some awesome parts. It's just what they want to show us is probably to keep us away.
Wait, Mobile, Alabama. What's the biggest place in Alabama? There's another big city.
That might be it.
No, there's another big city.
I was a little kid. I used to go through there all the time, but it was like we're on our way to Florida or Georgia from New Orleans.
Well,
Jeez.
even on the cannabis content, there's people from all over. I haven't ever heard anybody from
I think
from Alabama. I imagine there's some kind of growth scene.
but the only thing with Alabama is that they're right in the hurricane path.
Oh, that
So
too.
every year they get hit. So I mean, you could build something
Well,
which standing. I'm
even
sure.
years ago when I'd see hurricane damage and stuff, I was always thinking one time they're going to fly over somebody's house where the roof is ripped off, and you're going to obviously see, oh, it's a big row house, right? Like that would be the biggest fear, because like, yeah, that's the one thing you couldn't have happen if you had a house all growing, is have the fucking roof blow off or have a hurricane where you're exposed.
They already those assholes already fly over with LiDAR and they can see heat signatures and shit. So
I've never been in tornado or hurricane, but in my travels years ago, I was in some serious wind. Yeah, that shit was fucking crazy. Like, scared the fuck out of me. No, I'm not afraid of earthquakes and fires are normal and things that happen around here, but I couldn't imagine having to rebuild after that. Oh no, that just seems crazy. Even my dream was to retire and move to St. John in the Virgin Islands. And I haven't gone back since they had the serious hurricane, and they had another hurricane after that. But I was connected to the island back then enough and knew people that I saw footage, and oh, that was crazy. I was like, oh no, I couldn't imagine like losing your property or your house to something like that and having to like rebuild. That would be crazy. Now, your house can get knocked over by an earthquake too, but like that's just like I'm used to that because I grew up in California. And shit, we haven't had a serious earthquake in fucking decades. So,
you know, we have them out here in the desert. I mean, you're
yeah,
what,
but
maybe
like
an hour and a half away.
3 and 4. I mean, we haven't had one that like.
Oh, we can have a 5 and not even feel it out here. It's weird.
Yeah. Well, San Diego has a few faults, but no, we're not part of the San Andreas network, which like LA and all the way to the Bay Area
Over here too.
Yeah. Well, I know we're due.
Right under San Jacinto.
My first earthquake, Silmar in 71, and we lived in Sherman Oaks. And yeah,
see, that's what you know why you're not
through not just the window, the whole wall of my bedroom when I was like 71. So I was like 8 years old. And
I think the fault line goes east around Riverside area, somewhere around there, and it kind of cuts east. Like
me and my dad
northeast.
A motorcycle model that was like super detailed. It had like teeny rubber hoses. It was like the most detailed model of a motorcycle. We built it like over weeks or months, and it was done. And it was in this bookshelf and this giant encyclopedia that was like a foot thick. I remember when we were like cleaning things up or whatever afterwards, and yeah, this huge book smashed that fucking model. And then in the Northridge earthquake, my parents' house, the foundation got split in half, and FEMA had to pay all this money, and which turned out to be like, yeah, they overdid like like, oh, they'd had that house since the 60s. FEMA doesn't work this way anymore, but back then, yeah, it was like this whole scam. Basically, I mean, my mom and dad dealt with it, but they got so much money for the one thing that was able to like modernize everything else. Like it was a win-win, which was worth a whole lot more money. But it was a weird thing. That house had a pool, and the pool didn't crack at all, but the foundation of the house cracked just so many feet away. Like, earthquakes are weird that way. There's a bunch of different types of them. The roller, or the yeah, the earthquakes are pretty crazy.
Yeah, that seems crazy. Like, how'd they know it was from the earthquake?
Well,
You didn't have to like prove that a lot.
yeah,
They
you
were
had
that
to go
easy.
through this whole FEMA thing. Like even part of it, I had my own house I rented, but because of the way the FEMA went, I was able to claim, oh no, I lived there too, right? And then for like months, even though I still kept my place, my parents and I had months at this place called Oakwood Apartments. It's like short-term apartment rentals where FEMA paid for this like the Oakwood, which like back then the Oakwood was kind of cool because it had tennis courts and like this whole social thing. Like it, it was fun there. It was like a big party, like at the Oakwood. And I think I got some other money from like FEMA was like just giving out money. Like back then it was different. Like I've heard FEMA like is tighter now since Katrina.
Yeah, Katrina was a big one. I don't really remember it, but I remember the name just forever.
I remember that was like horrific shit, like where the first time we felt like the disaster was bigger than the government's ability to deal with it.
Katrina was a bad situation. Probably not the right place to totally talk about it, but I would say that the inside job. That's my opinion.
Well, I remember when I first started going to New Orleans, it was like weird to me. I don't know why, but
Oh yeah, that was the one that got
the first things
New
I
Orleans.
learned,
Okay.
you can't bury people like below the ground. That's why they have these
Oh yeah, because it's below sea level.
below sea level. And like even before Katrina, I always thought, God, that's a crazy place. How's it below sea level?
And
And then
it continually sinks every year, and
yeah,
that's why they levees.
yeah, the levees. And then when all the news and everything, I forget the lake and the
Lake Pontchartrain.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And then the like when you say it, yeah, it seemed like yeah, what did you think
Did you ever go across the causeway when you were there? It's like 26 miles.
Yeah, I went across that. Yeah.
Yeah, probably
Just going
did.
across this swamp.
Dude, that's
Kind
crazy.
of thing.
I
Forever.
went across that when I was
New
a
Orleans
kid.
have like a weird relationship with Orange.
Both
Like
sides, you.
You
back
can't
when
see
I
across so far apart. You can't actually see across. You know,
Yeah.
and then like they have like those phones, like every like half mile or something. They have those like emergency phones like on the bridge. Because if you break down, you're fucked.
Yeah.
well, I remember like one when I worked for this big acid dealer, we had a lot of business in New Orleans and we'd go there all the time. And rampage on the French Quarter and do all this business and party our ass off. And then, yeah, in 87, when I got indicted for conspiracy to distribute fucking LSD from the 5th District of Louisiana. Yeah, it was in New Orleans. And then, yeah, my relationship with New Orleans changed. Like, I haven't gone back since 87 because.
What year was Katrina? Do you remember
That
that?
was 2002 or 3, 2 or 3, maybe something like that.
That
But
late?
almost every year I'm
No, maybe
tempted because
4,
Beyond
maybe.
Jazz Fest and there's such a fucking
I'd already
music
left.
tradition in New Orleans
Yeah.
that for someone like me that loves music, yeah, New Orleans is like kind of special that way. Music.
2005. I don't think it was that late. But I do remember Katrina. Yeah, the one that hit New
2004.
Orleans.
Without looking it up, I would guess 2004. But I left there.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
2005.
like
Yeah, I looked it
like
up.
20 years ago.
2005,
Seems like
August.
that's a long ass time ago. But since then, the size and the uh uh like
It changed.
well,
It changed New
every year
Orleans.
we have like hurricanes that are devastating, like where it used to be not quite like that. Like I don't
Yeah, I mean,
I
I was
just
there
know
as
when
kids.
I
Kid.
saw some stories about it when they pointed out like the water temperature inside the Gulf and off the coast. Like being out, I'm on the coast here in California. The water's cold as fuck, dude. Like even when it warms up, it barely gets like
Yeah, but
60.
the Gulf's much warmer all the time.
Yeah, I forget the temperature, but I remember going, holy fuck, you're telling me that this vast fucking huge area is sitting at that temperature? That's like a fucking bathtub. And that
Yeah.
energy
Accelerates it.
creates more energy. Like the warmer the water is, the bigger the hurricane is, right? I'm like, oh fuck, that's a serious thing.
Yeah. But usually it's Florida. Florida's had some big ones.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking of
Well,
Louisiana.
Florida's it can get hit by both the west side or the east side, like the Gulf side or the other side. The hurricanes can come in both ways. That's what's crazy about their situation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe a peninsula.
there's no sign that like, oh, it's just been a few bad years and the hurricanes are going to drop off or not be so many. It seems like, oh no, it's just part of each year. It's just
Yeah, right. Like every year,
Looks like
you
they get more
gotta expect some, maybe bigger than others, but yeah, always something.
you know, like even California, we had some years where we thought, well, shit, the fires are just every massive fires. But this year, I mean, there's always a few fires, but no, we had some of it is thing about fires is once it burns as areas, well, they're not gonna like burn again for so many years until they get thick, you know, or they could, but oh, hurricanes, they could just keep every year keep hitting the same fucking spot.
When did D start speaking Hindi? He's typing to me in Hindi.
In India,
Since he had Indian food.
Hindi.
So, which is
No, it's
interesting because he's like in Eastern Canada, but he's into Indian food.
He's not in Newfoundland though. That would be the better place.
from.
Well, somewhere in a chat or something.
I just want to call him a Newfoundland.
Maybe it was here. People were talking about what's that fucking Oak Island? I watched that show from the first season, like I don't know how many years ago. I remember even the second to last season, I watched it going, oh, fuck this bullshit. Every week they just fucking talk about like something they're going to find, and then it just went nowhere. And then to my surprise, oh, they're still fucking at it. And now they're finding some other artifact from some other Vikings or some. I'm like, God, that's the biggest hustle that's ever happened. Finding shit on Oak Island. I keep thinking, oh, one day I'm gonna pull up my phone and it's gonna be, yeah, they found the Holy Grail on fucking Oak Island or whatever they thought they were gonna find. Like at the beginning, I really was.
I think they're gonna find.
I thought, oh, and then even I can't remember the guy's name, but when I watched it, there was always this story about an ex-slave, a black guy, that somehow got his freedom and then died one of the richest people of the area, right? And he lived like had a property, a couple parcels on Oak Island. I'm thinking to this day, I'm like, yeah, that's obviously the guy that found it or found some like because they don't explain, oh, he invented this and oh, he made all this money. No, they just know he died super wealthy, even though so many years later earlier he was a freed slave. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like the guy that found it. That's what I've always thought. Oh, I forget the guy's name. Right. But God, that's been like probably 5 years since I like swore that shit off. I was like, this is a con every week. Even the show would go over the same shit over and over and only like have like so much fresh material. And I was like, yeah, like, oh, I was hooked on it. I followed it every week and like thought, oh, they're gonna find it. This is it. They're digging, they're fucking drilling or whatever they were doing. And then season after season, and I finally was like, yeah, fuck this show. This is bullshit.
What's that show called?
Oak Island. Something went on there. It's a fucking hell of a story. This little fucking spot that
Where's it at?
Where's it at? It's in Nova Scotia. It's like part of Canada, but up like it's not.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't stand that show. So I watched it, then I'm like, fuck this shit.
Well, the guys, the brothers.
Yeah.
They even somebody in the chat pointed out that if they really thought something was there, they have technology and the ability to like dig, like, you know, like do it.
Sonar. They got sonar now and shit they can use.
Yeah. So
Antarctica would probably be worse.
But like what happened, that's a reality show, and it's more profitable that they like, oh, if they found something, that'd be the end of the fucking easy money from the reality show.
Yeah.
And
So
really, my interest in them, because those two brothers and the History Channel, whatever, also made these other shows about treasure stories and stuff. And like some of them were so bullshit. Like, I was like, yeah, they lost credibility because like they had their experts. They had this whole weird fucking thing like that. If anyone remembers that show, but yeah, it was all bullshit. That's just what I think.
I mean, don't fishing boats drag like nets that are like 20 miles long or something along the bottom of the ocean?
Treasures.
Yeah. And they catch like everything, and
those things would have found the gold.
Well, no, this island. No, like enough. Oak Island did prove that, like, wait, what's the Masons, and like it goes way back, like where humans were going to that island like a long ass time ago, and pirates were stashing shit there, and like some shit went on there for sure, right? Like in history, for sure. right?
Used to be
Like even that they found these weird reed like in the ocean that showed that okay, the thing of the whole Oak Island was that previous explorers had all these like sudden deaths because at a certain point the thing is booby trapped, right? And if you believe that, that meant that like people so many years ago without tech or anything built this thing in a way where oh if you get close to it it's going to flood out or this is going to happen like all these things, right? Which even back then when the show first started, and yeah, I don't know how much of that shit was just TV bullshit because yeah, now that we're talking about it, I remember the first few seasons that yeah, the thing is booby trapped. So like if you try to go down, things are going to happen that because of these things that were built in place 1,000 years ago or some shit, or five whatever years ago, to where oh the Holy Grail or like when Rome fell or whatever, they took all the artifacts and put them on deep in this thing.
now. Did they explain how that worked? How
Oh,
that
they
boot?
tried to. They had all these experts and all this shit. Fucking went on for years with different little tidbits because along the way they found things like buttons from a jacket that dates to this or that or weird little things. Oh, they were excavating, but like somehow the vault or whatever is there, they never found. Even when they finally got the money to drill, and they drilled fucking these hundreds of feet down in all these spots that had been mapped and couldn't come up with shit. Other than dirt that was way down there had things in it that they couldn't, well, that meant that humans had been down there. Like it wasn't bedrock, or whatever. I don't know all the terms, but they would find like some piece of fucking fabric in the tillings of this thing, and then go, oh, and they would take it to some expert. They would say, oh, well, that's what it had. All these things. It was like, but ultimately, it's been a decade or so. I don't remember when that shit first started. They haven't. No, no one's gotten rich. They never found the big load. Mostly, it's just all gold, more gold than you'd ever see. Oh, and there's certain stories in history that, oh, all this gold's missing from history, right? That's like kind of a fact that, like, uh, they've always tried to monitor the gold,
Well,
but like even what the Aztecs or one of the Mexican things when the Spanish took them over, oh, all the gold disappeared when they had like the biggest collection of gold. Now there are a few times that these guys find shipwrecks and shit where it's like, holy shit, they found fucking big old chests full of all that shit that pirates had or whatever. But even if you're the explorer that finds it, you find that, oh, the country of the water that it's in, or like it's not as easy as like, oh, it's all mine. That's not how it works. If you find treasure in the ocean, you do get compensated, but like a lot of times countries are able to secure
like Spain.
it.
Yeah, I think Spain owns all the gold in the ocean where they're at.
Yeah, but didn't Spain steal all the fucking gold to begin with, right? Or, like our histories. Well, first off, in the last couple years, I've come to realize a lot of what was taught to me in school or was, yes, a lot of that shit was bullshit. right? Like, I mean, I don't know exactly, but isn't Christopher Columbus kind of like, what do you call it? Dis disputed, meaning like, oh, he found the Americas or whatever with the 3 boats, or like a lot of that story isn't actually. Now, some of it is we've we've made leaps and bounds in our ability to data. What do you call it? Where they can take certain things and carbon date it, right? Like even this guy I listened to on whatever that guy's, he's an anthropologist, Egyptian guy. Oh, they found, oh, we're still finding stuff like buried cities and shit that predates what we've already thought. Um, but within that group of people, it's like, yeah, this guy Graham Hancock, whatever he said and wrote about, pissed off the rest of them, and so there's like an anti campaign against him because they think he's a heretic because he's saying, well, he's not saying what the rest of them are all saying.
The Younger Dryas period. Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, I think all that shit's important. It's a weird time now where, like, yeah, you don't know what to believe because
there's a quote. There's a dude on it's the University of Austin. He does like these YouTube lectures and shit, but he like speaks like the real what happened and shit. Fucking yeah, like the story about the Nina Pinta and Santa Maria or whatever is fucking crazy. Like one of them ended up like they fucking they it, shit. I'm gonna screw the story up. I can't tell it like he does. But like basically like they came and like we stole everyone's gold in like the South, like fucking like in Mexico, like Central America and shit, and fucking
yeah.
or all their silver because they had silver on the beach. And when we
So many
found
years ago, I used to watch an ancient alien show, but there
that's
was
all.
like this one episode. Now, yeah, that shows a lot of bullshit in it, but like this one thing that made me like kind of open my mind and that might be a possibility is like, yeah, the Earth has been here for a long time, like billion years or some shit,
Like
right?
6
We could
billion.
have like been
Maybe 4 billion.
there could be times during that time where we were as developed as we are now, or even more so as far as everything, right? Even maybe more, right? And for whatever reason,
4.5.
it died
I want
off.
to Stegosaurus.
Like where you would think, oh, well, we'd find traces of it and shit. Oh, we can find traces of shit from thousands of years ago. But if you start going like a million years, holy shit, dude, the earth would just eat it all up. I don't think there'd be like even our whole infrastructure, all of our giant cities, everything that we built around us.
They have the Big Bang down to like a Planck second. That's like
Yeah,
30 some zeros.
yeah. I
That's all they
can't
say.
even really understand the Big Bang, but like it does make sense that microbes or things from other parts of the universe made it through our atmosphere or whatever. I mean, that's how gold got here, right? I mean, that seems crazy, but gold supposedly came from some meteor or some shit, right? And all the gold on the earth came from that. I like some of those
Well,
things I
everything
hard
came from
really
everywhere. It
fathom.
all came from the soup.
I do like listening to people that are like experts and PhDs and have spent their whole life in these different fields
They got a
and
panspermia or whatever. Fucking
like know some shit. Like I realized, yeah, you got to know a lot of shit to be an expert of Egyptology. That's like a whole thing in itself. But like that, I think is what this Graham Hancock is saying, that, oh, we think that Egypt was like this
Joe
big
Rogan.
center of things, but there's things in other places, some of them in the Americas, in South America, and the Amazon, and different places that are older than that from carbon dating, a lot older than that. So
Crazy.
then the common narrative that we pretty much took on with our limited knowledge of it, now that we have much more,
Well, Blackie
that's some of
Tepe.
it seems to be the problem within that science, is that there's a bunch of people that are calling people that are rethinking it and saying, because, oh,
It's
this
really only like
narrative
10
that has
people.
been told for so long, yeah, even if it's proven that that stuff isn't true, they don't want to accept that. And I could see that, right? There's, especially if like you've gone to college and been taught all these things, then you're probably going to continue to think those things are the truth, period. Where some people are showing that yeah, some other shit went down differently.
Lately, I've been listening to the Guru guy on Rogan. That's what I'm listening to. I'm in the middle of. You listen to that guy?
The guru guy?
Yeah,
Who,
his
I'm
real
not
name.
sure.
Saj Guru or something like that.
I don't know.
But he's interesting. Definitely
You talk
interesting.
about Zen and all that shit? The one with the doing it?
I can't explain it like him. The way he explains things is what it's like. Like, wow, like the way he explains things is a different perspective.
Well, as I've gotten older in the last few years on a lot of these things, I've come to realize, yeah, there's just a whole bunch of things that I wish I actually knew like we got to the bottom of, that most likely I'm going to die and never have like even now it's harder to know because there's so much misinformation or like conflict in history. And because like the few podcasts and things I've watched, I realized, oh, what's that guy that does these long form interviews? Should I
Lex
forget
Friedman?
his name? Yeah, he sometimes has these guys on, and so does Rogan, that are like, yeah, they're saying shit that the rest of the are accusing the rest of the established whatever of using some like really gnarly tact, if you believe what they're saying, like, oh, to silence them or to keep this truth from coming out. And you know, yeah, that seems to be, I never know what to think. Like I used to kind of just believe what most of what I heard, whatever. Now in the last so many years, I've come to realize, yeah, who the fuck knows? It's like, which is weird because, yeah, I mean, I didn't go to much school, only to ninth grade, but
I
I
should send
remember
you a
I
bunch of.
liked history and like always got A's in history. And oh, they taught us all these things like that. There was like this common thing that you learned in each grade, right? Of history, where a lot of that seems to be a bunch of bullshit, right? Or possibly
I should send you some
like,
links of some Roy Casagrande. That's the dude's name. He does like these hour-long fucking speeches, or some of them are like an hour and a half. But he's like a history teacher or whatever. But like he tells it, I don't know, he's fucking badass to watch, dude. Fucking, he's my favorite one. But he'll tell like the story of like how they came and conquered the Aztecs and shit, or like how like Western civilization and fucking it's all sorts of different topics and shit.
But he goes deep, dude. He fucking
Well, for a while,
pretty
what's that
hardcore.
guy that had the podcast called Hardcore History? It would be
Dan
long.
Carlin.
Yeah, I listened to some of those and was like, well, whatever. Like, yeah, it opens your mind that there's a bunch of shit we don't know. Where, like, in this modern era, we pretty much have like there's things we have, especially now we have the internet. It's like, okay, everything is there, but like just 100, 200, whatever years ago, yeah, we don't really know shit. And even like, wait, I forget the library, but like different times, mainly the church, like burned up all the books and all the history and they're gone. Like, oh, that's pretty fucked up, right? Like, even that's what happened in Iraq and the war. They tried to erase all that stuff. Like, oh, well, if that's who knows what was in all that stuff. And like one thing,
Only the winners write history.
like I've always heard about this thing where the Vatican, right, or the Catholic Church has this like immense secret fucking library that's all top fucking secret and has all this stuff, right, that only the Pope and certain fucking people have access to. Yeah, well, let's break that shit out. Like, what the fuck? Like, most likely, I mean, I'm not a religious person at all. I'm like, whatever you call it, I don't believe any of that. I guess, what do you call an atheist or whatever? Yeah, I think where humanity went wrong is the time when the church or the religious thing took control of people and then basically suppressed science and nature for a long time. It's hard for them to do it now like they used to, but like, oh, yeah, they did a lot of things over all these years to keep like anything other than their version out.
Yep. Small chronic break. We're all muted at once. It's fucking great.
I was gonna get some. I'm in the middle of getting something to eat, but
I'm about to take a dab here. So I'm gonna be out of commission for a few minutes because of my recovery time after I take the dab.
No, the history shit's cool, and we mostly even just know about the West.
Well,
Most
I think
people
what
like
pretty much what Buddy's getting at is, I think pretty much what Buddy's getting at is that you know, everybody, including myself and everyone here, we've all taught the Rockefeller education system. And like when you go back, and that's kind of the problem.
I even wonder, I don't have kids, so I don't have access to it. But I remember all the propaganda, mainly about drugs and weed and shit that was taught in health class and all these books, right? That said all this shit. Now that weed is like made this huge shift in everything. Like, did in school, as you know, especially elementary school or the formative years, have they changed, or are they still teaching the same bullshit? Because like to change books, they don't do that overnight, right? To change
I think it's totally different,
right?
I have no idea.
Like,
I've been in elementary school since the 80s.
yeah. So, well, see, I don't know about all that, but I know that I remember this health book. I think it was 9th grade health or 8th grade health. That it was 2 pages next to each other, and it was basically the drug scheduling thing. or it wasn't the drug scheduling thing, it was the health books thing, where back in the 70s when I was in school, cocaine, marijuana, a couple other things were on the like social side of drug, and then heroin and I think psychedelics and speed were like on the non-social side. I might not be,
Black
but there was
Beauty.
like these 2 pages. And as I had my life and experience with cocaine through the 80s and further, yeah, I realized, yeah, when I was like whatever age, oh, coke, they were like coke wasn't this bad thing, right? It wasn't like it was on the side of like alcohol and like social drugs, not on the side of like, oh, these are bad drugs, like back then. Obviously, things that happened in society and what, oh, yeah, coke became this whole scourge, right? But that wasn't what was like taught to me back then. Or I remember this book and seeing that.
Yeah, I just sent you a bunch of links to keep you up for a
Yeah,
couple
I
minutes.
got them. I'll look at them later. I liked all that stuff. Well,
That
not
that dude's
always.
cool. Like if he goes
Sometimes I
through
have to
there,
be in the right mood to like listen to like super fucking smart ass people
he
get
doesn't.
deep
He
into
breaks it down
stuff.
though. He talks like he even swears every once in a while. Like he's not like that. Like, you know, like dirty monk, but no, he's pretty cool. I think you like him.
But I have noticed, I mean, do you agree with this? That like it seems like just like the rest of our society, that amongst the scholars, right, of any of these expertise things, there's like, yeah, there's people
Well,
that
yeah,
are
we get
like
got all sorts of misinformation.
blacklisted,
Like
that are like calling out the other people, and there's like seems to be this like conflict
yeah,
within that. And most of this, like I realized, yeah, American stuff, but like when it gets to history, there's the whole world, right? So I wonder how different is our story of history compared to like other countries or people's
our shit is so
history.
watered down and so wrong. It's not even funny.
I mean, even like China, I guess from what I understand, China like basically rewrote their own history, right? So they leave out
Bunch of times.
a bunch of stuff to their own people, which is like a common thing. But as much as like we think we don't do that, oh no, we do it in a different way where like we're sold some fucking fairy tale.
America.
I mean, even when D was like saying it was Thanksgiving, and then I know our Thanksgiving's coming up, but our Thanksgiving's built on this thing where like, what is it? The pilgrims somehow, and they were being attacked by the fucking in, but put together this meal and had all the bounty of all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a fucking fairy tale.
Yeah, we couldn't survive. So they taught us how to farm.
A lot of things we say. Like I know one thing. Anything it has to do with our conflict with the American Indians or the fucking indigenous people of this fucking continent. Oh yeah, we fucking have completely bullshitted that story. Like in 1980, somehow I ended up at this Black Hills survival gathering in right by the Black Hills, and I guess that was South Dakota. on land, this huge 1,000-acre just land that was next to the military thing where the planes that refuel the planes that hold nukes that never land, that's where they refueled, right next to it. These giant fucking jets with fuel would take off. We were there for like 3 weeks. And it's a historic thing. It only happened that 1 year. You can pull it up on the internet, Black Hills Survival Gathering. It had all the tribes that don't get along, like gangs, basically. It would be like equivalent to having the Crips and the Bloods at same together thing. And all the other groups. Back then, it was like Alliance for Survival, the anti-nuke contingent, all these different groups. And there was all these workshops and speakers and education. It was like a beautiful thing. I was only 16 years old and like too young to really appreciate what was happening there. But I was there for 3 weeks. Even then, this guy, Russell Means, who's like this big speaker for Indians, who gave these like incredible fucking speeches. And this group were organizing a thing where they were going to take a few members from all the different tribes and move them to like the Alps or somewhere in Europe, like way high in the mountains, where they were going to disconnect from the modern world to keep the bloodlines and the traditions and the teachings continuous, like what do you call it, traditional life, because they felt that the reservations or government, which is true, were basically flooding them with alcohol or teaching them this or trying to break them of the traditional way of life. And this thing had, like, even the last weekend, it had Bonnie Raitt, Jackson Brown, all these artists. It had money that, like, yeah, they probably did that, like, way back. And there's like a group of people living like off the land, like can disconnect from the evils of the modern world. Even on this other thing I heard about, that we know there's these tribes in the Amazon, and there's like a law, like a world law, or I guess maybe it's Brazilian law or whatever, that modern humans, explorers, cannot make contact with them, right? To try to protect them from whatever. I don't know. Like,
and they don't want to be contacted.
Well, I mean, that'd be hard to know. But then
Rogan
I
had one of those
like,
guys on too.
Even on that thing, I think somebody made a joke and said, yeah, when you finally like went and found them, they all had cell phones or some shit. Like, I don't know, like that would be weird. Like, to think that there's like some group of people living, maintaining a group as like completely cut off from like everything, have no idea that all this other shit's happened around them, or how would you not? Like, even there, you would see jets, or like, I don't know, like,
no, the one guy, Rogan had somebody on that would go into the. Actually, he talked about Lex Friedman. He went into the jungle with Lex Friedman.
With that one guy that, like,
he got lost
going down there,
like Ecuadorian Amazonian jungle, and they thought it was going in for like a 4-hour little trek, and it was like 2 days or something. They got lost.
And even though like they're deforesting and the Amazon's under pressure and all that, no, that Amazon's this massive thing that is so unexplored. Like, even in archaeology or whatever. the Amazon could be a place where, yeah, some hidden civilization that thrived at some point. Because like one thing when you get into like the history of the world, we living today, you just assume certain things in the weather and the rivers and the were this way thousands of years ago, but they weren't. Like even when you look at the earth, the countries before they all split up, or like when they have maps of that, when you realize, oh, and and obviously Australia and New Zealand seem to have like a whole different animal life and everything than the rest of the fucking world. You know what I mean?
Hey, did I hear a 4-hour tour?
Yeah, basically was something like that.
It was like, was Gilligan there and the skipper too?
Yeah. I grew up watching that show.
A 4-hour
That was
tour?
like, I don't know. It was I haven't seen any episodes in ever, but yeah, that was kind of like I don't know. That was that show fueled my imagination as a kid for sure.
Yeah.
Have a good night, everybody. We'll see you
All right,
Tuesday.
D.
CD. Wasn't
I
much
mean-
violence on it that I remember either. Trying to think back,
Well,
like even like the
they
Three
always had
Stooges was kind of
conflicts.
was
Even
violent that
on
back then.
on Gilligan's Island, they had conflicts, right? There was like they were like under attack from the local whatever.
Yeah,
But it wasn't violent.
They met some uncontacted people.
I
or
mean, the
something
reality
as well.
was,
Headhunters.
yeah, the censorship of like what we were able to see on TV. Like when I've seen a documentary about the FCC and when, like way back then, like they controlled everything. Like even like the first interracial kiss, that was this huge thing, and there were so many things. And then, I mean, it was maybe I was too young, but I know it was like a family thing that we watched TV together. Was all in the family, and then I've seen some episodes of that or clips in later years where I realized, oh, that show was really like Archie was like the writers, I guess it's Rob Reiner or whatever. Yeah, they were pushing the boundaries of the censorship at the time, right? Same with Batman. Yeah. Same with Batman and Robin, right? Like that. I've seen things that point that out. Where, and then also like with cartoons and a lot of those shows in the 70s or whatever. Oh, you could see the influence of the psychedelic revolution of the 60s that was in it. Do you know what I mean?
You could see the culture, yeah, definitely.
Right? Like I grew up with like the Roadrunner and Bugs Bunny and like those kind of cartoons as a kid. But then I've never got into like modern type cartoons as I've got. I don't really, but sometimes I've watched some of the cartoons that were like the ones of my era as a kid, and yeah, there was a lot going on there. Do you know what I mean? That you realize
they were good cartoons.
Like where who you are got formed. Like today, it's obviously the internet and so different. But I was a kid of the like. I remember when we got our first color TV, and they were these consoles. And when I used to spend time at my grandparents' house, I was just my grandpa's remote. Like I didn't have any. We didn't put on anything for me, but he would sit in his rocking chair and drink beer and smoke cigarettes and tell me to change the channel and then fuck with the thing and but like society lived around those TV shows, right? So like so many of them, even I heard this interview with Henry Winkler, who's in this. He's the main character in that horror story show that's, I guess, on Hulu now, but that they've made some good seasons. Where he was talking about his thing of like when he started writing these children's books, which he writes all these really good children. It was because after Happy Days, he was typecast as Fonzie and couldn't get any work as an actor for years, like none. Right? Where I was like, yeah, he was Fonzie. And then I kind of remember Happy Days where, like, yeah, he played this role where he was like, he only would say a couple words. He was like dumb, basically, right? Or like, and then even that, because he mentioned that, oh, he somewhere had a lunch with Richie, or the who's now like one of the great directors, right? Cunningham, right? Which, oh yeah, he went on to like make some great shit in his life, but oh, he was that guy, you know what I mean? And like back then, those shows, whatever ones there were, like whether it was the Cooler Talk or like, yeah, like everybody watched them and they were like weekly. And then, you know, even over the years, how the different shows, like I remember
I
the
just watched this
first
shit.
time realizing that everyone was like captivated by that show Dallas, right? With J.R. Ewing and this like basically soap opera situation, but who killed JR or some shit, right? And and even where I lived in Topanga, just down Mulholland is this park. And if you had to like do a real hike, if you hike far enough into this park, you would find the old set from MASH, where yeah, even that opening, like there's still remnants that was there. And then
I just
yeah,
watched this
that
shit.
show had a certain that was like this huge show, the last episode of MASH, and like my mom, her clients over the years, she managed George Wendt, that was Norm from Cheers. She also, her client was Mary Tyler Moore. Back when Mary Tyler Moore had MTM Studios, and that studio's the studio that made Hill Street Blues and all these other hit shows that like at the time like was like influential. Where today, as I know, oh, this show's on Hulu, this one's on Netflix, this one's on Apple. I don't even know if it's on regular TV. And there's so many of them that there's no like commonality where like majority of the country is all following Dallas or the last episode of Cheers or so many
I just
signs
watched
like
this shit where like back in 1998, was when the Truman Show came out. You know, with what's his name, Jim Carrey or whatever. And at that and then later in 1998, Japan had this fucking this show that was on there that they showed on TV. I think it was once a week, and it had like 15 million followers every Sunday. And it was fucking. They took this guy and they put him in this little room. It was like a little tiny apartment, like 10 by 12 apartment or whatever. And he was told that he was going to be on a show, and what he had to do was win. He had to survive on he had to get up to $5,000 worth of sweepstakes winnings, and all he could eat and all he could fucking live off of was what he could fucking win online on sweepstakes. This is like in 98 when there's like no online, you know? And like he's eating fucking dog food and shit and rice. Like he literally what he's like, I don't know, it's fucking, and he's going crazy.
well,
But what he doesn't know, what he thinks is that they're taking clips of this show and they're fucking for this series that he's on. But in fact, they're like it's like the Truman Show where they're watching like everything about his like every single minute of his life is being fucking videotaped. And it's crazy. But he didn't know that. It was fucking, I don't know, it's fucking crazy.
Well, that's
Japan.
some of what's like sort of missing from our country, our thing. Is today everything's so segmented, right? Even though whatever these shows I'm bringing, they were pretty like common, like meaning majority of people followed them and then
Well,
conversed
15
about it,
million viewers is a
and
lot.
and it was like now the internet and so everything's so that in as much as those things were like, you know, whatever, soap opera, whatever, you know, they learned how to maximize the whole thing. But yeah, people had things where like it didn't matter if you were left or right or this or that or any of that, because oh, everybody followed this, that, or the other. Where today, yeah, everything is like all segmented or divided, everything, right? Which I don't know if we could ever get back to like some kind of time when like, yeah, isn't like that. Like even
Well, let's wait till
today,
the electro bomb or whatever the hell.
somehow I thought about, well, first one, and then it led to the three people. One I was a partners with, right? He's still in the band with my partner. This other guy, Jackie, was like one of my long-term customers. And yeah, over the years, because they're like on the other side of the political thing, no matter how bad it was for my business or income or anything, it got to where I cut them out. I did. It wasn't a mutual thing. Like, yeah, I just stopped taking their calls. And when they reached around, I let people know, yeah, no, no, fuck them. I won't talk to them anymore because they're this, right? Where I'm like, yeah, this might be over in a couple weeks, right? And I'm like, yeah, does that mean I'd be able to like move on past that? Like, oh, whether we did biz or anything. No, these were people that were in my life for like a long time, right? But like it got to a point for me, well, 97% of people that I associate with all like kind of think the same thing to a degree, or I guess are libs or whatever you want to call us, Californians. But oh, amongst us there was like these few that were like hardcore, uh, whatever. I don't even know want to put a label on it. But like so many years ago, in the midst of this era, yeah, I like, even though it like, what do you say, like when it hurts, yeah, like it, like, but like I had certain principles and like believe a certain thing and was like, yeah, well, fuck that. Like I don't want to associate with people that are this way, right? Even Grateful Dead life, where yeah, we have all kinds of walks of life within the Grateful Dead community, which I joined in 1978. Only in this last so many years was there a divide, the same divide within the Grateful Dead fam, which was like, oh, nothing ever. Oh, there was people on all sides always, right? But like our common love of Grateful Dead or whatever overrode all that. Oh, this, whatever you want to call it, this divide that's been on us for the last decade or so, like split that even, right? Like like all I hope for, and I don't even know if it's ever possible in my lifetime, is like, yeah, can we get back to where, yeah, you can be on this, believe politically this or that or anything, and not be like separated or divided so gnarly, dude. But then again, I think from profitability and controllability, the powers that be, whether it's the government, media, the big companies, oh, they've got it figured out in the algorithm that the more we're divided on the more things and it's easier, better for them to keep status quo and profits and everything. That's why it exists at the level it does. Where, yeah, they've done a whammy on us, the media especially, which all these things are actually just us, humans, right? Humans are the government, humans are the media, humans are all of it, right? That somehow we've gotten to this point where oh, we can still chit chat and like even talking about this. Oh yeah, it you know, there's people that think differently, whatever, and are offended or like, yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of remember, you know, in my life there was like a couple things that shifted the whole society, the whole world. One was 9/11. But I also remember like in the year after 9/11 was like the last time I felt like 9/11 somehow brought everybody together as like, even though there was different sides to what should be done about it or what happened and all that. Oh no, there was still this like overall like unity, right? But it took something like that to bring it. But I also remember over the couple years after that, oh, that faded away, right? It faded away. And then we went from there to now, basically at this thing where like, yeah, we're just divided on like everything. Like, even though most general things, majority of people think the same thing. That's where I realized, yeah, both party. It's not like one party's better than the other. They're both the same. It's like all part of this system. And a lot of that, like Bernie was fucking right with the Citizens United and the money. Because yeah, when you really start to understand it and why it exists, yeah, the money and basically the corporate donations that are necessary to be any of those things. Oh well, just like if you read a white paper and then at the bottom find out that it was funded by whoever, well, that's going to change your view of like the outcome of it, right? I mean, some things are done in a way where they don't have that, right? They've you know, it's not like it's but yeah, and the fact that the media, whatever that is, has become this thing that is so profit driven that all it wants to do is get like ratings or like this routine that they have, whether it's like, oh, disasters, they have a way they fucking ring it for everything it's worth. Then this, that, like all that, and even like I always thought, oh, Fox is fake news and they say all this shit. Only in the last couple of years I realized that the media that I used to consume, which is liberal media, oh, they're same guilty way. I like if I ever listen to anything or watch any of that, I see it that yeah, they got their fucking bullshit that they're doing, right? And at a certain point, then we have the internet, and then we have all of social media, we have all these things, and it's all like basically like even in social media, the trolls and the like the yeah, it's the craziest thing that's been set up. Where yeah, I guess I have hope that somehow we have some fucking awakening and like get back to like some form of like community and shit like that. But sometimes I think, yeah, I don't know if that's even possible because the powers that be, yeah, they don't want that. No. Even over the years, there's like certain issues that have like 85 fucking percent of all people think, but then none of those things move on forward, right? Like, because ultimately the corporate side that puts out all the money, oh, they're not for it. So even if 80% of everybody agrees this, which, oh, we're supposed to be from a system like majority rule or whatever, right? Where even in the politics, sort of way before Trump, that like it's got to a point where like even if the both sides think it's a good thing and want to go forward with it, the one side isn't going to want to do it when the other side can take credit for it, which is like, what the fuck? So then, oh, well, we just won't do nothing. Like, that's insane. Like, where even the cannabis thing, I think, falls into that. Because, oh, our side and the other side won't want the other side to get to take credit for it happening during their rule, right? So then we just won't do anything because of that. That's like what gridlocked or whatever the fuck you call it. That's bullshit. Like, I don't know how we change that, but that has to go because, yeah, no real change or thing is going to come about because of that. At least that's my thought on it. And it's hard not to follow. I don't like follow it that much, but like, holy shit. Like, I guess I was watching Kimmel or something and they said 17 days. I'm thinking 17 days until what? Holy fuck. Because I've been through a lot of elections that I guess had a lot of meaning. But like, not really. Like, not like where it seems to be today. Like, holy shit. Like it's like crazy. And yeah, people that listen to me must know like where I stand on it, which is like, okay, I feels pretty good, even though they say it's fucking dead even all this shit. But in the last few weeks, I've had to like wrestle with it. Well, I mean, okay, I guess we could lose, and then I have to accept that this is the way it's going to go. Where I'm like, holy fuck, dude, what the fuck?
It'll be a huge thing either way. Kamala, a woman, and
Well,
she wasn't
I mean,
even in the primary and all
well,
that. I mean, it's just
like,
totally. She's
okay,
kind of totally
the
new, and
primary, even on both sides, what the fuck is the primary? Seems like it's a bunch of bullshit. The whole way it
it's
works,
a
and
totally new
okay,
thing.
I mean, like since the '60s, where there was contention over primary, and it ended up turning into craziness. Seems like the way both parties work, it's not like, like even how they rubbed out Bernie and shit, like it was obvious,
Yeah,
right? And wait,
RFK,
on the other side was like, okay,
woman.
Trump, okay, he had a primary, he won overwhelmingly, but like, was it? Because I remember the first time he ran, oh man, there was like 16 people up there
I
all
don't even
vying
know.
for it and had all this. And one by one, he called each of them a name. and they fucking dropped out. Like, I give the guy credit, man, because like, what do you call? Remember, it was Bush's brother. What's his name? He seems like irrelevant at this point, but he seemed like he was destined to, like, on this path. And then dude called him a couple names, and that was the end of it, right? He called everybody a couple names, right? Or he made up a name for him, right? And whatever. I mean, I guess we've run out of things to talk about, but like in this current thing, it's like weird that he calls Kama a Marxist. It seems to be his main thing, other than a fascist and Marxist, other than things he says and the way he seems to be describes those things to the core, where I like, it just seems like, but I guess that sticks because like people that support him fucking think she's some fucking Marxist. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah. And yeah, I know one thing. A lot of our country hates libs, right? Where
he's probably pretty centrist, actually.
I've been born that way, raised that way. I don't even know. Like, I think some of the shit we do goes too far, or cockamamie shit. But like I don't know how we're the reason that because on the other side they really hate, like, beyond hating the politicians themselves, generally they fucking hate libs. I remember when the term a few years ago was snowflake, and when I figured out and found out what that is, I was like, yeah, of course, yeah, fucking total snowflake. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, I don't know. One thing about like I think basically liberal, they're not against anybody. They're for everybody. Like, it's good energy. Like now I know that there's a fringe and there's certain part of it, but there's that on both sides. But generally, liberal ideas have like, some of those have been the best things for society even before my lifetime. But somehow we're like the devil. I find that weird. And either way, we're fucked. That's the bottom line. Because I like neither side. There's a couple things that neither side, anybody around it, will ever say, that I think until we do those things, we're doomed. One, yeah, we have to have a strong ass military and all that, but we can't spend $1 trillion a year and this huge, like, and not have any money for infrastructure or anything else forever. Like, we have to somehow rein that in, right? And we have to break up the conglomerates, antitrust. Like, but no, that isn't like part of it. Where like, okay, the military, that put that aside. We need to have an era where we break up the conglomerates, because the damage they've done to everything, and the end results of what that becomes. Yeah, no, that's not capitalism. That's not good. That's why we had those laws that seem to, they're still on the thing. There's still the antitrust. The Justice Department has to bring. Oh, and they have one against some tech companies and Live Nation. Nothing ever becomes of it, right? Where back in the day, oh, they took Standard Oil and broke it apart. They Ma Bell, like even somebody was. I was listening to somebody reliving that part where they the phone company got broke up. That was back when there wasn't any cell phone, there wasn't any what do you call it, data, or it was all analog landlines, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like when that happened. But
those
that was
cards.
such a threat that a company had that, right? They broke them up, right? And previous to that, different eras, they broke up things that even got close to trying to be a conglomerate of, or like whatever, you know, maybe conglomerate's not even the right term for what these things are. But at this point, pretty much every sector and even down the line, everything has become conglomerized. Even the hydroponic and the grow products business by Hawthorne and stuff, which is then owned by and Bear, and then whether it's the phone and the cell things. Oh, yeah, there's all these different companies, and then over the years you find out T-Mobile's actually owned by the, you know, that they're conglomerates too. There's a couple of them. Eventually, with conglomerates, there's only going to be one, right? It's not like we really have
NVIDIA.
Facebook has Instagram and Meta, and they pretty much have, it's like, I guess there's competition, but not really, right? Microsoft's in Windows still, even though they've been antitrust, still practices that, right? If you go buy, Apple practices that, right? It's not like you can put some other operating system on your Apple, right? So many things, like every sector of everything. The car companies, oh, they're owned all this way. The beer companies, oh, they're all owned by InBev, and even an American company. It's fucking in Belgium. And I guess that's what you call globalization or whatever this is. And I sort of understand it. Like even the grocery stores, which is a big pet peeve to me, that they're all owned by Kroger. Well, if you probably interviewed or dug into it, the grocery stores would say that was the only way they could survive against the Walmart superstore, right? Which I used to go to Walmart a lot. Today I needed a couple things. I went to Walmart first time in forever. And I remember going into Walmart and going, wow, things are really cheaper here. But actually, oh no, a lot of things that Walmart, especially in the food, you can get it cheaper at Kroger or fucking Vaughn's or whatever, right? But ultimately, like the grocery store is easy to understand. If all the grocery stores are owned by one company, there's no motivation for them to compete against each other with sales or prices, right? If Albertsons, Vaughn's, Ralph's, Kroger, whatever the names are in here are all owned, like the reason that they would be selling 12 packs of soda for so cheap is to compete against the other place. And they would have things they used to call loss leaders, right? So they would just about give something else away to get you in the store to get whatever. If it's just one store, oh, they have different grades of the store. Oh, out here, Vaughn's and Albertsons are like fancier and charge a little more, and the store's cleaner. And oh, and then they have Food for S, Kroger, and oh, those are less. And oh, they happen to be in neighborhoods that support that, right? But they're not competing against each other, right? That's a big problem, right?
Yeah.
Like, and not one politician, not local, no one has the balls or anything to like be the champion of that. Bernie sort of was, but he was more about the Citizens United thing. But ultimately, that's where you would have to attack it, because that's how they've enabled this to happen, is because, yeah, they got them all in their pocket. Like when you see the top donor corporations, all those, the biggest of all the, yeah, they don't pick a side. They give money both everywhere. They got their bases covered. That's the way you do it.
Yeah, it's
right?
great. Yeah, I looked at it. I looked at the list.
Like
It's
that's
actually
a
interesting
sign
to
that,
check
oh,
out.
well, we don't really have like
Did that
two
recently.
different sides. We have that side, the side that is that money, that all they care about is making more money, which ultimately a lot of people own stocks, and stocks going up benefits people. Like, oh, they have a lot of ways that keep people from wanting to shake the system up. But like if we have have an economy and get back into like some kind of trade, even these tariffs and shit, well, okay, I think if it was done intelligently and per product and sector, oh, there might be some ways that could be beneficial, right? Maybe, right? But yeah, like, wait, we just consume, right? And we don't produce half of what nothing of what we consume, right? I can still remember going to Sears with my dad, like way back, where like that was when the first Chinese or like cheap tools were put on the market. But there were still the American wrenches, Craftsman or whatever. And oh, yeah, you could buy that cheap one in with shit. Or you could buy the one that would last you your lifetime. Those brands don't they've had to manufacture wherever just to compete, right? So but then the cost to make anything here makes it like fucking impossible, right? Well, that's where if we didn't spend so much money in the military, and then you could subsidize certain things. That's what China does. Their government subsidizes their industries to be competitive, right? Or do whatever, right? Well, as bad as that is, well, sometimes you have to like fight back that way too, right? Like we do that with the farmers, like as much as it really all the money only went to the big corporate industrial farms. Yeah, because of what happened with the economy, we're now giving this massive, huge amount of money to farm industry for they don't go under, basically, for years now, even though it started with Trump and Biden couldn't change it because it's like locked in, right? Like even the fact that, oh, Trump has a good point, even though been 4 years the other way, they didn't take most of those tariffs off because, oh, once you put them on, yeah, like I don't know. It seems like our whole thing is broken to the max, and it really stems from the time when we let like what do they say? Like the corporation has the same rights as a voter, like the voice, right? And I get that to a degree, but like when you really see these donations and like how they use that money, the lobbying, the contributions and all that to get what they want without any question. Like, and then we're so divided over all this other bullshit on a daily basis that we don't even, none of that's even part of the conversation amongst, like, if we weren't so divided, yeah, I think people would be like, yeah, fuck that. The grocery stores have to be broken up. The end result of having one company own all the grocery stores is terrible. Like that's one that I think people could understand, but oh, Bear is terrible. The tech thing is real terrible. The car industry, same way, right? Like that's something no one says anything about. Because I know if you were like a politician and you said something like that, that would be the end of you. That's why no, there's not even a fringe person out there going, yeah, the problem here is these huge conglomerates. We need to have hearings on breaking them up, right? And the hearings they have are so bullshit. Like even the Live Nation one, not a single one of those guys knew any of the right things to ask those guys, and accepted their like facade of what they were doing, right? Or are doing. I watched like 2 or 3 days of that and like kept thinking, yeah, somebody has to bring up the dynamic pricing algorithm and the percentage of venues controlled by them. And they did bring up the venue because the Live Nation basically said that they only had control of like 50% of venues, except that when questioned the right way, it turned out it was 87% of venues because they have some in this like different type of contract, right? That they didn't count in that, right? So there's not anywhere in for people that having these giant conglomerates. Well, I guess if you're a stockholder, like that's the thing, and whether it's your pension or your 401k, right? And oh, if that thing is doing well, then you're doing well. So then some people are like okay with something that's bad for them in general because oh, they got a few bucks out of it when the merges happen and you're on the right side of the stock trip, which doesn't seem that hard. I'm not been one to play that because like I always thought it was but actually holy shit, it's like 43, 44,000. It just keeps going up mainly because of these conglomerates, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just checking out these donations.
And like I
Coinbase
don't
was a
care
big
like
one.
what side of the fucking aisle you're on. Like, wait, I think that most people, if they were basically explained what I'm trying to say, probably in a much more intelligent way about the dangers of the conglomerates and antitrust and a path to break. We have the law and we've done it before when it got not near as fucked up as it is now. Different presidents, different eras broke these things up, right? There's plenty of examples of that. And I saw a thing, well, it was a few years ago that said that even like Ma Bell or Standard Oil or the ones that they broke up back then that at that point was like a big thing were minuscule in size and power than the ones we have rolling today. The ones we have rolling today are like massive. I mean, kind of like Home Depot and Lowe's is an example. Like Home Depot and Lowe's are like primarily bear warehouses that sell everything from bear, right?
Oh, it's getting pretty late. Yeah, hit 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I got to get home. Oh, it's only 12 o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there's J5. I'm glad to see him. I saw some killer pictures. This one had purple pink pistols that was like some variety from the ranch that J5 grew.
Yeah, nice.
All right, if it's just you and me,
Yeah,
I
it looked
guess
like
that
his
means I'll
harvest might have
sign.
been coming.
Huh?
Yeah, it looked like his harvest had come in.
Well, I think everybody's
starting to.
like, what? It's almost Halloween. It's already the 20th. I mean, some people still are inking out a few more days, but they call it Croctober for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Being an indoor guy, like, yeah, that, like, yeah,
Always cropped up.
basically.
Yeah, who else is here? Hardcore. Still there, hardcore?
Kind of turn that off.
Well, who is still here? I have to look.
Pretty much just three of us.
I've been rambling, but that's kind of what I do.
Yeah, it was good listening to you though. It was cool.
Well,
Yeah, thanks,
it's
bud.
not like it means anything. Like, holy shit, it's not like I've long since given up the idea that like somehow we're going to change. And even the things I've been most passionate about, no nukes or fucking environmental things or things since I was young. Yeah, a long time ago, I realized, yeah, no, farm aid or whatever it's been. Yeah, no, we don't ever really make any progress that's substantial. It seems to be the powers that be have it all figured out. And I think a lot of it is the more we're divided as people, the easier it is for them to do all this.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And
sounds like
it's
some
like
kind
a
of
human
communist
nature,
theory.
like Instagram and Facebook and all that. They figured that out in the algorithms, right? That's why they like, yeah, what people react to, what people like, what's the thing that they try to get is the amount of time you spend, right? So if they send you certain things, they know you react a certain way, right? So I can, and the news media and the media's and the internet are basically the same thing. The media, right? Yeah, the media has us like completely. Yeah, they got us. They got their thumb over us between it all.
Those are pretty cool houses. Some of them look like curved wood. They were fitting together. I don't know if they're real.
AI ones that they made.
At first, it reminded me of the wheels you were making. If this was your new thing. You don't see many hippie vans anymore.
Well, I think the cost of gas kind of probably is a lot of that, right? When I talked about the Black Hill Survival Gathering, I met this gypsy lady there and then was traveling back to Woodstock, New York. And we got a ride in this panel van by this hippie and his girl, Mark Sprout and Love Sprout. And we had no money, and this thing used a lot of gas and everything. But underneath the back part of the panel van were these drawers with mason jars. And we basically sprouted every kind of fucking seed there was and would get to these bumfuck like cows and basically be stuck there. And basically, and nobody wanted sprouts. It's fucking Iowa or wherever the fuck we were. But as we would try to like hustle the sprouts, basically, I remember the sense that like some of this and the ways we got to the next place was basically those people just wanted to get us the fuck out of there. Like, oh,
Yeah.
how much? Like, oh, you need $20 for these lentil sprouts or whatever the fuck, right? But these two people were on this mission to like
Lentil
spread
sprouts.
sprouts, where we used to just eat sprouts and put brewer's yeast sprinkled on top for like whatever vitamin, whatever. When I finally got to New York, it was after like week of living on sprouts only. I was like as close to dying as I ever was. I was like had lost all this weight and like was sick as a fucking dog from like, yeah, there was nothing else to eat. So you just ate fucking a bowl of sprouts with fucking brewer's yeast on it. The things you did, like, holy shit, those were the days. But like, yeah, you could travel all over the fucking place, basically with jars of sprouts. It had to be crazy because I remember some of these hick towns we were like basically stuck in, and the people and oh god, like they wanted to. Even me and Sherry, who flew to Denver and then hitchhiked to the place in Dakota. We got this ride from this nice young college girl that was going to visit her boyfriend at this other college and was taking us most of the way through like fucking buffalo country, basically, which I'd never seen fucking buffaloes, and those were fucking gnarly. But the contingent to us getting this ride, because she knew people on the road or whatever, we had to sit in the back seat and be covered up, basically, because like if she was spotted with some fucking hippies in her car, it'd be the end of her fucking existence. And like for like a whole day, we were in the back of the car with these fucking towels over us, right? Getting this ride because like she was willing to give us the ride, but we couldn't be seen. and we were in definite like, yeah, not hippie friendly fucking place. And we were like traveling deadhead hippies. Yeah. All right. If everyone wants to get off, we could get off because I'm sure people are done hearing me ramble.
Yeah, save some for next time.
Well, I came here to take the one room and put them on plain water for the last couple days, flush them out. They've already had like the current water was only like barely 500 ppm. It was 320 when it started, and then when it watered in, it went up to like 5 something. But I think if I change it tonight to 0, it will maybe get to like 1 or 200 and be flush. And take it off of 3 waterings a night and move it to 1 and start my finish thing. Because then the day that we harvest, that night before, they won't get light. And sometimes 2 nights before, they'll stop getting water. So then they're almost dried out. It's hard timing, but I seem to get results from it. Like it. One, the reason we dry them out as much as we can is other than that, then if they're soaking wet, which sometimes they are, then I have like a mop wringer bucket, and every cube has to be wrung out before it can be thrown away because it's too fucking heavy with all the water. So try to bring them in not dead ass dry, but almost dry.
Wringing out the cubes.
Yeah. All right.
That
We're
must be a
signing
lot of
off.
work too. All
Have a
righty.
good weekend, everyone, and see you Tuesday.
Have a
Later.
good night, everyone. All right, adios. Hardcore.
Later.